Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your MC this morning, Ben Parker.
Thank you very much, Owen. We are ready. How are we doing this morning, RoboCon, New Jersey? We are getting started with our Robot Rumble here in the field with our mentor matches. For the next few matches, it will be the mentors, not the students, doing all the driving. So let's get started here in mentor match number 1. Down here on the Red Alliance, our first team, 1279!
Cold Fusion.
Joining them, it's 1629!
Gacko.
And last but certainly not least here on red, it's 7587!
Touching Momentum.
Down on blue, it's 360!
The Lunatics.
Joining them, 4361!
Robotics.
And last but certainly not least, 3637!
The Daleks.
All right, we're ready to get started. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
All right, as the autonomous mode kicks off, this will be the only successful portion of the match because it was done by the students. Once the mentors take over driving, all robots will break loose. Already penalties being racked up by mentors not knowing what they're doing. Let's hope we don't see any robot destruction. 3637 makes their way across the field to the source and picks up a note. Once again, mentors racking up penalties on the blue side of the field. We have the Lunatics in those cool cow print bumpers. More penalties being racked up by the Red Alliance and their coaches driving. The score right now, 41 for red, 27 for blue, with just 90 seconds left in this match. Some teams struggling to pick up a note, others cycling across the field. 1279 comes in with a note in their shooter, aligning for that speaker shot. 3637 still shuttling notes across the field to their teammates. 3637 unaware of the rule that says you cannot shoot notes all the way across the field. On the other side, 4361 Robotics trying to pick up that first note. I think they've been there the whole match. 1279 just lobs one in. That's a high note for the Red Alliance. some defense going on. Let's hope these mentors don't damage any of their students' robots. 1279 doing a good job getting down and back. Oh, but they just missed that shot. Down on the blue end, there is a total mess of robots going on. Penalty flags waving left and right. What is going on? 316 flying across the field, picking up that note. With just a little bit of defense, they're on their way back. We have 6 seconds left in this match. Will the mentors be able to look at the clock and climb? It does not appear like they can. That is our first mentor match.
Alrighty, teams. I'd like to give an introduction to our assistant head referee, Wyatt the Dinosaur. In that match, we are assessing a yellow card to Team 316 for intentionally ejecting a game piece outside of the field for strategic value. to the second floor. And with that, we have your scores. The Red Alliance has taken the win with a score of 107 to 38. You may note on the Red Alliance, there were 56 penalty points that will benefit the Red Alliance, giving them the new high score of 107. And as always, we have some expert analysis going on at our sports desk. So take it away, Mike and Paige.
Good morning, Bridgewater Commons. Did everyone get good sleep? No? Anyone? No one? No? Okay. Silence is deafening here. Okay. That was a great mentor match.
Yeah. We're getting notes, but
Okay.
It seemed like the mentors had more fun with that than the students. But the students were also to see what 316 got ejecting outside. I was hoping throughout this weekend, I was like, is anybody going to shoot it to the second floor? And
Garrett Coalition did, yeah.
They made my dreams come true.
Yeah, so proud of them. And that's a really good shooter, too. So the fact that it was able to get the air to go up there. I'd like to know if someone would like to correct me. Did someone catch it up there?
Yeah.
Like, was it physically caught? It was. So one of the Lunatics people would like to comment that they shot it to their team and they caught it. So good job. Good hand-eye coordination here. All right, so do you want to go over that match a little bit?
Sure. I mean, that's
Sure.
the beauty of these mentor matches is like, end with off seasons is you can have these and like the mentors have more fun, I think, than the kids sometimes or the students because they get to drive the robot that the kids are like, no, we're supposed to be driving. And it's like, no, it's their time to finally.
I really hope some of the
They're all
mentors
just
realize that their backseating may not have been either intentional or unintentional of, oh, this robot may not be good in this, we should probably fix it. And the kids are like, yeah, we've been saying that.
Yep.
Hello. So yeah, so let's go into the match quickly. Per head ref's request, he wanted us to mention the yellow card and also the penalties that were incurred since I did not mention that yesterday. I'm making eye contact with you. All right, let's go. So that match was really good, especially in the autonomous mode. They were able to really get all those points, especially the Red Alliance.
Yeah. I mean, it also kind of was a bummer that 316 started with 2 notes.
Yeah.
Their autonomous didn't work, so it's like, oh, you have to figure out how to eject it and not, which I think didn't give them a good starting point having 2 notes.
Yeah, I'd also like to
out of
mention that
autonomous.
all of our home notes were gone. They shot them all. So good job. That was pretty cool, actually. We haven't seen that all weekend. So after that, I did not even notice this. There was a note broken. So there was also that. I don't know. It was just that was a really good match. And we would like to mention that there was more penalties incurred than.
They scored more from penalties than they did the actual notes, but
I'm proud of the mentors. I'm very, very proud of you guys.
They still got a high score no matter what they did.
Unfortunately, it's not going to count towards their ranking, is it?
No, not at all.
Sorry, got the high score, but at what cost?
Yeah.
I'm getting some cheering in the back there.
So going through that.
Yeah, going through that. I don't know. I found this was really good. Despite the mentors only having like a singular match to shine and barely having any drive practice going into it, they did it pretty well actually with trying to use the strategy of a crescendo to their advantage, even if it was just for bragging rights.
Yeah. Just looking through and like seeing like at least for when I was I drive coach and it's like looking to see how some of it are they lined up well enough? Or are they going to say oh they're close and making shots? The human players on the red, if you could see up in the one corner for the red, there's a lot of notes that they've been dropping.
Yeah.
Where blue kept it pretty tight.
Yeah, you can see some of the notes right there, and that could have helped with getting some of the cycles in. I mean, it didn't really matter much in the end, but I guess some of the students get to, I guess not bully, but mention, hey, you should have grabbed those notes.
Yeah.
They probably hear that all season, so they get to mention it that one time. So, I feel like everyone had some fun.
It was fun. I can't wait to see the next match.
Yeah, we have some more coming in.
Yeah.
So make sure you tune in for all of that, and we'll be back for the next match.
Perfect.
Hello, RoboCon. How are we feeling today? Woo! It's time for more mentor matches. And we thought the talent team might switch it up as well, so I will be emceeing. I got a little hindrance on my foot, but that's not going to stop me. All right, let's introduce these teams. Down on red, we've got 8630.
From Patterson, New Jersey, Cap Robotics.
And they're partnered with 8075.
The Eastern Robo Rovers.
Rounding off the red alliance, we've got 303.
The Test Team from Bridgewater, New Jersey.
Heading on over to the blue alliance, we've got 8117.
The Eastern Robo Rovers.
And they're partnered with 555.
From Montclair Robotics.
Last but certainly not least, we've got 1676.
The Pascat Pioneers. We're waiting for an all clear here. Nope, nope, nope. Standing by, standing by.
Alrighty, we've got the green light. Just waiting for some last-minute checkups. Alrighty, we are good to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Now we're starting off the match with autonomous mode. No drivers are allowed to touch the controllers at this point of the match. Everything is programmed. And now the drivers take controls. Blue Alliance leading after that autonomous mode. Let's see if the red team can pick it up. $16.76 looking to line up on the up. They're looking to score on the side amp. And they do it. $86.30 scores on the high note. We got team 555 looking to score on the blue side, while team 86.30 is looking to line up. 80.75 scores. 555 answers right back. We got a little bit of defense playing against 303. We're trying to close out the match here to see what happens in the last few minutes. Blue team with a great advantage on this match. $86.30 looking to capitalize. Near miss. $16.76 looking for that climb. Getting towards the end. Last 20 seconds of the match here. Can they climb? 60.76 is up. Can 555 do it? 80.75 looking to get in the queue. It seems like 555 is up. Almost had the trap. Almost had the trap.
They got like most of the event, so they're talking to PDH next.
Yeah. We would like to emphasize that that last match was competed by all the mentors who, as the students know, mentors have no idea what they're doing.
Alrighty, teams. In that match, we have a couple cards to give out. Team 8630 will be assessed a yellow and a red card. The yellow card is for G429, which is illegally introducing game pieces to the field. And the red card is a G212 because they did it 7 times. And with that, your scores are up. Blue Alliance 82 to Red Alliance 14. Blue Alliance will take the win. Let's send it back to our analysis desk to break down that wonderful match that we just saw. Take it away.
So was that an Ultimate Frisbee match, or was that a crescendo match presented by Gene Haas?
It just goes to show that sometimes the mentors don't read the rules. They tell the students to read the rules, but they don't read the rules and you know, figure out through all that. So
I'd like to give a special shout out to the Peanut Gallery, aka the Pascack kids up on the 2nd floor, who were just cheering the entire time, and all the other teams that were up there too. Love the team spirit, especially being able to backseat your own mentors after dealing with it for one entire season.
yeah, it was, I don't know who's having more fun, the students or the mentors here.
I think the mentors are having more fun in the short term, because then in the long term, the students are going to go back to them and go, hey, you messed up here. Remember when earlier in the season when you told me not to do this, but instead you told me to do that? Yeah, now you're doing it and you see how wrong it is, blah, blah, blah. You get to hear it all.
I'm wondering if Pascack is reviewing their footage like they always do after every match. So I'll go talk to one of their mentors and see are they reviewing the match and seeing what they could do better next time.
I hope the students are like leading that discussion of just commentating on every wrong thing and going, yeah, we know how to do our job.
Yeah, big thing here is penalties. They need to cut down the penalties.
I don't think they're going to. I don't think the mentors are going to.
Or just lean into it. That's my suggestion for these mentors. Lean into those penalties.
Yeah, especially with all the note throwing that was happening there. Because like once you do it once and you get the penalty, you're committed to it. Just go for the bit, do it all.
The human player looked surprised. He was like, wait, I got a penalty for this? And he's like, well, if I'm going to take one penalty, I might as well take 7.
So currently the card count for our mentor matches is 2 yellow cards and 1 red cards. Are we intending on getting more? I'd hope not, but that's up to the mentors to decide for our next 2 mentor matches, isn't it?
So we'll have to see. Let's throw it back to the field.
All right, RoboCon, we're ready to resume our mentor matches with our last one. So let's kick it off with, down on red, 3142.
Team Aperture.
And joining them on red, it's 7045.
The MC Crusaders.
And last but certainly not least, it's 714.
Panthera.
All right, down on blue, it's 9015.
Questionable engineering.
Joining them, it's 4653.
The Iron Man.
And finally, it's 369.
High Voltage Robotics.
Have the green light. Let's get started. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we start off with the 15 seconds of autonomous mode. That means no drivers are allowed to touch the controls. All of this is being pre-programmed, so the robots are running on their own accord. Drivers take over. Red team with a lead. Let's see if the blue team can come back. 70-45 looking to score. And 70-45 scores. 369 looking to score on the side amp. And they do it. 70-45 looking to score again. 7-14, Panthera looking to score as well. 369 keeps scoring. Score. Oh, notes over in the blue side. Yeah. 70-45 scores again. We got about 50 seconds left on this match. The Red Alliance with a big lead. And we're just about the 20-second mark. End of game cycle. Are we going to see some climbs? 31-42 is up. Another great match on their way. Please stand by for scores.
All righty, folks. We had a clean match that game. Clean match. So let's put up the scores. Taking the drive is going to be the Red Alliance. With a score of 50-20, the Red Alliance will take the win, earning themselves some kudos points. Not ranking points, but kudos points. We're going to bring it to our analyst desk. We have an interview with a student to see what their perspective is on mentor matches. We're going to see the eyes of mentor matches through a student, so take it away at the desk.
Thank you, and welcome to the sports desk where I have an amazing interview ready.
Hi, I'm Sydney from 9015. Our two mentors today for our mentor match, we had Ellen, who was our operator. She operated actually when we went to West Virginia Rocks earlier in August. She's pretty good as an operator. She is our head for strategy currently, and our driver was Garrett, who you guys might know as the communications. We accidentally couldn't find our driver in time, so we just called him over and he agreed. He did pretty well given the fact he learned the controls about 5 seconds before the match started, but I feel a lot of mentors probably had that as well. Unfortunately, his controls are also turned about 60 degrees to the right, so forward was not really forward.
Well, that's awesome to hear, especially with how everything is. So as a student, what was it like to watch mentors who have been backseating you this entire time throughout your season get to go on and actually play with the robot itself?
It was so stressful because normally I operated human player, and I'm currently drive coaching at this event. But not being able to control anything and just watching things fall apart is like sitting from the sidelines and just being like, oh no, don't go that way, go the other way.
So did the robot break?
I don't think so. I think we might have just gotten a few penalty points, but that's to be expected from things like this.
Well, I'm noticing the slacking because there was no cards assigned for our last mentor match, which good job on the clean play, really, really good, but also aren't we here to have fun?
Are we here to have fun? Yeah.
That's the question of the ages, I suppose.
You have to have some yellow cards and red cards in these mentor matches to really spice things up.
Really, really true, especially when you make your own rules of, oh, you looked at me weird, here you go. Got anything else to comment on? Are you excited for the water game season that has been prophesized for so long?
I'm very excited. Water game will be my senior game, so hopefully we can make it a very, very fun senior year for me, and hopefully we can keep our 100% world streak.
100% world streak? Oh, right, yeah, okay. I'm world champions, that's pretty cool. Yeah, no. Well, it was awesome to hear from you. Loved hearing your perspective, and hopefully you will not have anything to fix coming up. We'll send it back to the field. Thank you so much, and we'll catch you in the next match.
Thank you.
Attention teams, just to let you know, as a reminder, we are doing alliance selection at 11 a.m. So in about 15 minutes, we will be doing alliance selection. Also, the mall will be open to the public in 15 minutes. So just letting you know, the mall will be open to the public in 15 minutes. Be safe, be aware, and communicate any safety things. Just be on the lookout, all right? We want to make sure everyone has a great time and a safe time. Thank you.
Good morning, RoboCon. Are we ready for Alliance selection? I am too. I'm so excited. But first, we have one special speaker this morning, a founding member of First Mid-Atlantic, Mr. Donald Bowers.
Thanks, Owen. You know, when I helped start things in 1995, some of you still weren't born. So I just want to say good morning. I want to applaud you all for being here and for embracing STEM and FIRST Robotics. And I want you all that are students here to start applauding for your mentors, coaches, and team volunteers. Let me hear you applaud for them. Now I want you to applaud for your parents. Without them, you wouldn't be here, and without their support, you wouldn't be here. Okay? And last, let's applaud your sponsors who help make sure that you've got a robot every year to compete with. All right? And last, let's applaud yourselves. Enjoy the day. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers, for all you have done and all you continue to do for First Mid-Atlantic. All right, let's get Alliance selection underway. For those of you unaware, yesterday we had the qualification matches. Those were 3 random high schools against 3 random high schools. After those matches, we ended up with rankings that you can see up on the board there. We can see number 1 through number 24. Today, those 24 teams will select 8 alliances that they will then go through a playoff bracket to determine our winner. The way this will work is the number 1 ranked team will select who they would like to be on an alliance with. We will then go down the order from 1 to 4, 4 to 8. Then 8 will get a second selection and we'll work our way back up the order. There are no declines. We have exactly 24 teams. All 24 of you will be playing in the eliminations. Also, there is no picking within the top 8. So Alliance 1 cannot pick the Alliance Captain 3 or 4. After we have finished Alliance selection, all 24 teams should stay on the field with their bears for a mascot picture. After the picture, Alliance Captains will stay for the Alliance Captain meeting. From the end of Alliance selection until 12 o'clock, we will have field calibration if you need to recalibrate your cameras. And at 12 o'clock, we will have the very first match, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 8. Let's get Alliance selection underway. I would like to begin by calling up our 8th ranked team, 2577.
From Basking Ridge, New Jersey, Pingree Robotics.
And since there are no declines or picking in the top 8, that hat is yours. The 7th ranked team, 3637.
From Flemington, New Jersey, the Daleks.
Our 6th ranked team, 8630.
From Patterson, New Jersey, Phoenix of Prey.
Our 5th ranked team, 3142.
From Newton, New Jersey, Aperture.
Our 4th ranked team, 7587.
From Metuchen, New Jersey, Metuchen Momentum.
Our 3rd ranked team, 1629.
From Accident, Maryland, GACO.
Our 2nd ranked team, 1279.
From Somerville, New Jersey, Cold Fusion.
And after 28 qualification matches, our number 1 ranked team, 1676.
From Montvale, New Jersey, the Pascack Pioneers.
The Pascack Pioneers will be making our first pick. Are you ready?
Team 1676 would like to graciously invite Team 9015 to join their alliance.
From Jersey City, New Jersey, Questionable Engineering.
And what does Questionable Engineering say?
On behalf of our Alliance Selection Representative, Twent Berrien, we graciously accept.
All right, that's our very first pick. Over to Alliance 2, 1279. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 1279 would like to invite Team 316.
From Carneys Point, New Jersey, Lunatics.
Team 316 graciously accepts.
Our first two picks. Let's keep moving. Alliance 3, who would you like to invite?
Team 1629 graciously invites Team 369 to join our alliance.
From Brooklyn, New York, High Voltage Robotics.
On behalf of 369, we graciously accept your offer.
Awesome. 3 alliances. First picks down. Alliance 4, sorry about that hat. But who are you picking?
Team 7587 would like to invite Team 25 to join our alliance.
Team 25.
From North Brunswick, New Jersey, Raider Robotics.
On behalf of Team 25, we graciously accept.
All right, halfway down. Moving on to Alliance 5, 3142. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 3142 would like to request the assistance of Team 555.
555.
From Montclair, New Jersey, Montclair Robotics.
Team 555 graciously accepts.
Awesome. 5 down, moving on to 6, 8630. Who would you like to invite to join your alliance?
Team 8630 would like to invite Team 4652 to join our alliance.
4652.
From Ramsey, New Jersey, Ironman Robotics.
Team 4652 graciously accepts.
Lovely. There's 6 alliances down. 2 more on our way down.
Team 3637, the Daleks, graciously invites Team 7045.
7045.
From Denville, New Jersey, MC Crusaders.
Team 7045 graciously accepts.
All right, 1 team left on our way down, and who will it be? They need just 1 second. So, if you're unfamiliar, what the teams are doing now is they're going through the data they've collected. Who is really good at shooting into the speaker? Who is better at scoring in the amp? What teams play great defense? Based off all of those decisions, and there's so many different variables to weigh, they have to make this single selection. What team will give them the best chance of winning the playoff bracket? And that's why this decision is so intense. Are we ready?
Team 2577 would graciously invite 4361.
4361.
From Roxbury Township, New Jersey, Roxbotics.
Team 4361 graciously accepts.
There we go. We have completed the first 8 picks. We're going to give the 2 teams on Alliance 8 just 1 second to talk amongst themselves. They know the first 2 robots. Who is going to be the third? While we wait, a reminder at the end of Alliance selection, all 24 teams should remain on the field. We will then take a group picture. After the picture, Alliance captains, please stay on the field for the Alliance captains meeting. After that, we'll have field calibration until 12 o'clock. And at 12 o'clock, we'll have Alliance 1 play Alliance 8. At 12 o'clock, when we begin our playoff bracket, it is double elimination. So we are beginning with 1 playing 8. Let's say Alliance 8 loses. They are not eliminated. They get to play again. If you take a look up at the board, that is our double elimination bracket. So the loser of match 1 drops to the lower bracket, and they can still come back. They can win the lower bracket, making their way back into the finals to win the tournament. However, if you lose in the upper bracket and you get knocked to the lower bracket, if you lose a match in the lower bracket, that will be the end of your day. We are still working on our second pick for the 8th Alliance. Looks like they have a bunch of statistics up on their phones making those decisions, and they are ready.
Team 2577 and
4361.
would like to graciously invite 4012 to our alliance.
4012.
From Staten Island, New York, Bad News Bots.
On behalf of Team 4012, we graciously accept.
There we go. We have our first complete alliance. Alliance 7 needs 1 minute, so I will remind Alliances 6 through 1, have a few options ready. You know that there's going to be a certain number of picks before you go. There's only going to be a few options left. Let's see if we can come up with some quick picks as we move forward. Now, do you have a joke? Do you have a joke? Alliance 7 is ready. Let's hear the pick.
Team 3637
And Team 7045.
graciously invites 6897.
6897.
From East Brunswick, New Jersey, Australia Robotics.
Team 6897 graciously accepts.
2 alliances down, 6 more to go. Alliance 6, are you ready?
Team 8630
And Team 4652.
would like to graciously invite Team 8714 to our alliance.
8714.
From Toms River, New Jersey, Robo Griffins.
Team 8714 graciously accepts.
Awesome. 3 down, 5 to go. So the question was, is a certain team available? If you look up at this screen, we have the list of available teams on the left-hand side. Alliance 5 is ready.
All right. Team 3142
And Team 555.
would like to request the assistance of Team 714.
714.
From Newark, New Jersey, Panthera.
Team 714 graciously accepts.
Congratulations, Alliance 5. Let's keep it moving to Alliance 4. Looks like they're on the phone talking to some strategy team members. An intense decision will be made. 4 options. We have 8717 left, 8075, 8588, and 303. All 4 of those teams will be placed on an alliance, but we will find out where they land. While we wait, I wanted to thank all of the attendees of RoboCon New Jersey today. Thank you for coming out and helping us spread STEM education. Alliance 4 is ready. Let's hear it.
Team 7587
And Team 25.
would like to invite Team 8117 to our alliance.
8117.
From Easton, Pennsylvania, the Easton Robo Rovers.
Team 8117 graciously accepts.
Congratulations, Alliance 4. We move on up. Alliance 3, are you ready?
Yeah. Team 1629.
And 369.
Graciously invite Team 8588 to join.
8588.
From Denville, New Jersey, Tech Devils.
Team 8588 graciously accepts.
All right. 6 alliances down, 2 to go. Are you ready?
Team 1279 and
Team 316.
would like to invite Team 8075.
8075.
From Dover, New Jersey, Cyber Tigers.
On behalf of our parents and our sponsors, Team Cyber Tigers 8075 graciously accepts.
There we go. And a very difficult decision. I'll extend it to Alliance 1.
Team 1676 and
Team 9015
would like to graciously invite Team 303 to join our alliance.
303.
From Bridgewater, New Jersey, the Test Team.
Team 303, on behalf of his sponsors, mentors, and advisors, would like to graciously accept.
All right. There are our 8 alliances. Great job, teams, on the alliance selection. Now, I'm going to ask all of the alliance representatives come down to the blue end of the field for a photograph. Come on down with your hats and with your mascots. After the alliance photo, we will go into the alliance captain's meeting, followed by field calibration. At 12 o'clock, our matches will begin with Alliance 8 versus Alliance 1. Oh, y'all, you need to be down there. Sorry, I missed it. Taking the paper around. Julian. For everyone else, we will be taking our early morning lunch break. So before matches start at 12 o'clock, go out, grab some lunch, and be ready for 12 o'clock for some exciting robot matches. RoboCon, New Jersey, are you ready for some playoff? If this is your first robotics competition, what you're going to see now is the first of our playoff bracket matches. In red, we have Alliance 1. In blue, we have Alliance 8. This is a double elimination. So the winner of this match moves on to the upper bracket. The loser of this match goes to the lower bracket and continues to fight in the playoffs. We are going to begin our introductions down on red with 9015.
From Jersey City, New Jersey, it's Questionable Engineering.
Joining Questionable Engineering, we have 303.
From Bridgewater, New Jersey, the Test Team.
And our #1 ranked robot this weekend, 1676.
From Montvale, New Jersey, the Pascack Pioneers.
Down on blue, we have 4361.
From Roxbury Township, New Jersey, it's Robotics.
Sporting a brand new cardboard box, 2577.
From Basking Ridge, New Jersey, it's Pingree Robotics.
Rounding out Alliance #8, let's hear it for 4012.
From Staten Island, New York, it's Bad News Bots.
Sure, what are they?
Questionable Pioneers Test, and Alliance 8 in blue is Indefensible.
Indefensible and questionable Pioneers Test. All right. This match is Alliance 1, who has named themselves Questionable Pioneer Test in red, versus the Indefensible in blue. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off with our first playoff match here at RoboCon New Jersey 2024. And with the first 15 seconds of autonomous period, all these robots operating without any human intervention or instructions at all. It is all pre-programmed. And after that first 15 seconds, red is currently ahead 24 to 17. Now, human beings step forward to take control of their robots for the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. These robots now zooming across the field, all looking to try to pick up pieces. 9015 feeding pieces to 1676, who dumps some into the amp and then shoots into the speaker, using that amplification to maximize the points that they score. Down on blue, 2577 playing some defense. 4012 on the red side, but wearing blue bumpers, looking to pick up pieces from the human player station. And 4361 trying to score in the amp and speaker. Looks like they've got one loaded up. They shoot and score one into the speaker for the Blue Alliance. This is a real robot rumble now. Robots of both colors crashing into each other, rumbling, trying to get around for defense. Coming across contact, 9015 makes a slip past 2577 and sends one into 1676 for a quick score. 9015 continuing their feeder. Gets a tough hit by 2577, 1676 zooming across the field, using those swerve drives to excellent effect, and scoring into the speaker for the Red Alliance. 9015 follows it up very quickly with a second shot into the speaker, which has been amplified, increasing the points that they can score from each of those shots. 4361 lined up and shot into the speaker for the Blue Alliance. .4361 gets one from their human player station, crashes into 1676 as both teams speed across to score the notes that they picked up. 4361 scores for blue. 9015 dumps one in the amp for red. 1676 is looking to score their note as 4361 gets another one. 2577 is moving again. They're continuing to play defense. We're now in the last 20 seconds. Get ready to see robots start trying to climb onto their stage. 1676 is up. 4361 on blue is up. Taking down. 9015 looking for some last minute points. and 2, 1, and that's the match. Official results for that last match coming in now. And the Red Alliance takes the win. Final score, Alliance 1 in red with 67, Alliance 8 in blue with 48. But Alliance 8, the Indefensibles, are not out yet. They'll get a chance to play again in this double elimination bracket. But Alliance 1, the questionable Pioneers test, will continue on in the upper winners bracket. So we'll see them both again. And now for some analysis of that last match, let's send it over to our sports desk.
Good morning, Bridgewater Commons Mall. How's everyone doing today?
Welcome to the analyst desk. We'll be here providing some information, one about the game, what we're doing here, as well as some commentary of the matches, how teams were, their strategy, what they were running, and I think we'll dive into that.
Yeah, we saw a lot of matches yesterday that went into some of the strategies that we're going to be seeing here in the eliminations, and we'd love to go into it and then show you exactly how this game is played for the people who do not know how it works.
Yeah.
So let's kick it off here at our autonomous mode here.
So it's a 15 seconds autonomous where the robots are running autonomously. There's no human interaction. They're programmed by students and mentors on the team to pick up the game pieces and shoot them into the speaker. Each note into the speaker is going to be 5 points. And if they cross the line, they get 2 points.
Yeah, so we were able to see here that there were 2 really strong autonomouses here, both on red and on blue, with making sure that you score all these home notes here. These are the easiest ones to pick up, and they're going to be the easiest ones to score in the distance. We were also able to see that 303 went over that line and A-stopped themselves, which is a brand new thing for this game, where you're able to stop yourself in autonomous mode to make sure you don't incur penalties.
Yep.
And we've never seen this before.
Yeah, and then as we get out of autonomous, teams start start working on their strategies.
We got to see this really cool pass-through strategy on the Red Alliance, going from the human player station over the line just so it can count, and going through the stage, which I haven't seen before. Obviously, it's probably not a new strategy, but it's really good to utilize all of your where your alliance is, instead of trying to go around and position yourself exactly in one place. So being able to be fluid with that.
And as we're watching through this match, you're seeing 90-15 questionable engineering out of Jersey City. They were hurdling pieces towards their partner, 1676 Pascack Pioneers. They were hurdling pieces to them so they have a concentrated game pieces amount in there, and then they can start scoring. The strategy here is you want to put 2 notes into the amp, and then they're allowed to do an amplification period, which takes any notes scored into the speaker. It's going to go from 2 points when it's unamplified And once it is amplified, it turns into 5 points. So you really want to capitalize on that amplification period.
I also do want to give a good props to the Blue Alliance, who were able to show really good strategy, because this game is all about your cycle times. So being able to disrupt that at any cost was really good. So we were especially able to see it with Pingree over on the far side where the Red Alliance player station is. They were doing overtime with defense there to make sure that their cycles were not landing as well as they wanted to.
Yep. So for those kind of confused what's going on, we're going to show a little animation to help explain the game of what crescendo is. So we'll go
Take it away.
Take it away.
Welcome to the 2024 first robotics competition game, Crescendo, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to score or play notes in 3 different field elements, amplify their speaker, get on stage, harmonize, and take the spotlight before time runs out. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting specific scoring thresholds and for cooperating with their opponents. Robots start each match inside their alliance's starting zone and may be preloaded with a note. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous and can be programmed to leave their starting zone, play preloaded notes in their speaker or amp, and collect and play additional notes. During the following 2 minutes and 15 seconds, drivers control their robots. Robots collect notes from human players at their source and play them in their amp and speaker. Each time an alliance plays 2 notes in their amp, the human player can hit a button to amplify their speaker for 10 seconds. Notes played in an amplified speaker are worth more points than those scored in an unamplified speaker. A human player may choose to play a note scored in their amp to cooperate with their opponent. If each alliance plays a note by hitting their cooperation button in the first 45 seconds of teleop, all teams in the match receive a cooperation point, which will influence a team's rank in the tournament. The number of played notes needed for a bonus ranking point is also reduced. Robots are protected from contact by their opponents when at their podium, off the ground, and during the last 20 seconds of the match while in contact with their stage. As time runs out, robots race to get on stage and deliver notes through the flap and into the trap. Bonus points are awarded for harmony when robots on stage use the same chain. On-stage robots earn even more points if a human player spotlights the robots on a chain by scoring a note on the chain's corresponding microphone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
All right, Bridgewater Commons, now that we know how the game is played, let's take a look at the screen previewing our next match. This is Alliance 4 in red and Alliance 5 in blue. The winner stays in the upper bracket. The loser will fall to the lower bracket and play the loser of our previous match. Let's begin with the team introductions, starting off with 8117.
Sorry, technical difficulties. The Cyber Tigers.
Joining the Cyber Tigers, we have 25.
Raider Robotics.
The third Alliance member of Alliance 4 is 7587.
Metuchen Momentum.
Down on blue, let's kick it off with 555.
Montclair Robotics.
Joining them is 714.
Panthera.
And the captains of Alliance 5, 3142.
Aperture.
We're ready. Ready. All right, Bridgewater Commons, the field is ready. Are you ready to see some robots? Let's get this match underway. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off here in match number 2 of our playoffs here at RoboCon 2024. These 15 seconds are operating these robots without any human intervention. It is all autonomous, all pre-written commands, and robots on both sides of the field shooting into their speakers and scoring points for their alliance. After those, it's currently 11 for Alliance 4, 32 for Alliance 5 in blue. Team 25 looking to close that gap, however, by scoring 1 into the speaker for red, followed quickly by 714 scoring 1 into the speaker for blue. 81-17, trying to pick up. 555 looking to score into their amp, and they do. 75-87 looking to also score into their amplifier down on red. 555 shoots and misses slightly in their amplifier for red. 75-87 scoring 1 note into their amplifier for red. Lots of action going on. Robots colliding with each other. Some near misses on blue. 555 scores an amplified note into their speaker. Red speaker now also amplified. Looking to get some bonus points. Can they pull it off? 75-87 does. 25 shoots, but it bounces out. 31-42, feeding notes to their alliance partners, cutting down on the time that it takes them to get new notes and speeding up the time that it takes them to score. 25 scores for red. 555 using those fed notes to score into the amplifier, charging it up so that 714 can score more notes into the speaker and amplified. 25 running cycles. 31-42, having to deal with some defense from 81-17 in red. Team 25 scores for red into the speaker. And 555 scores for blue into its speaker. Lots of major collisions as 75-87 scores 1 to the amplifier for red. 555 comes, gives them a bit of a knock. 25 shoots, but it falls just short. We're in these last 20 seconds as 555 scores 1 for the blue alliance into the amplifier. Followed quickly by 31-42, scoring 1 into the speaker. Will we see any robots climb? 25 is lined up, its hooks are up. 555 is off the ground. Will anyone be joining them? And that's the match. Officials knows that last match coming in now. And it's the Blue Alliance with the win. Lions 4 in red with 35 points. Alliance 5 in blue with 72 points. Alliance 5 advancing in the upper winners bracket, while Alliance 4 is not out yet. We'll see them again in the lower bracket as playoffs continue. And now for an analysis of that last match, let's send it to the sports desk.
And to the sports desk it is. Hello, everybody.
Hello. That's our first upset. Even though it's seed 4 and 5, it's still an upset, and pretty big upset at that too.
And it shows how well to make sure that you pick the right people for your right alliance to make sure everything goes as what you want, which is what happened to Alliance 5.
Yeah, let's
take a good look. I have everything queued up to the autonomous mode, but you can just see how well the Blue Alliance worked together to make sure that they were able to shoot in all of the notes into the speaker.
Yep. Big thing here is you want to optimize your amplification period. So when they score 2 notes into that amp that's ready to be amplified, you kind of want to wait to have some notes ready to shoot into the speaker so that you're utilizing that amplification period really well. If you kind of amplify and you don't have any notes, that time just kind of wastes away. I mean, Blue pulled away with this, but it's something maybe they can look into to maximize their score going forward into the rounds where they're facing those maybe higher seeded alliances.
Yeah, so we saw here for their second amplification in the last 30 seconds, no notes went in, is that correct?
Yeah, you can see there's no notes.
So that might be something they might want to time better of, maybe we should wait till all the robots are closer or like try to line up the shots more so they're able to get it in, because it's either amplified for the first 10 seconds or the first 4 notes, whatever happens first.
Yeah, and these teams picked each other earlier. It was the top 8 teams got to pick one alliance partner, and then those 2 teams work together to pick that third alliance partner in the second pick. These strategies are very important, picking teams that you can work well with, and trying not to step over each other's toes and making sure everything works, that you can have a fluid match schedule or match flow. Is very important to these alliances.
Yeah, Red Alliance also did really well here. They were especially able to be really fluid, and that's with the help of their swerve drives. Yep. So they were able to go through their own stage and sometimes even through blues to get to their human player station to get the notes and then take the same way back.
Yeah, which is very important. That's why these bots are a little shorter, so they can go under the stage. It's another avenue, because if you don't, you have kind of just one avenue for the teams to go through, and they could be, stuck with defense. I think it was a good match, and can't wait to see what, match 3 is going to be.
Yeah, I'm excited. We have all of eliminations today, so we have so much more to comment on.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
All right, Bridgewater Commons, we are moving on to the third elimination bracket. If we take a look at the screen, we can see in blue, we have Alliance 7 Space Force going off against Alliance 2, the Cold Cyber Knights. The winner of this match stays in the upper bracket, and the loser of this match heads to the lower bracket. Let's begin introducing our teams, starting off with 1279.
From Somerville, New Jersey, it's Cold Fusion.
In the middle, 8075.
From Dover, New Jersey, the Cyber Tigers.
Rounding out Alliance number 2, we have 316.
From Carneys Point, New Jersey, it's Lunatics.
Down on blue, let's hear it for 3637.
From Flemington, New Jersey, it's the Daleks.
In blue 2, we have 7045.
From Denville, New Jersey, the MC Crusaders.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance, 6897.
From East Brunswick, New Jersey, Astrea Robotics.
This match is ready to go. Let's see some robots, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off here in playoff number 3 of round 1 with our 15-second autonomous period. We have bots on both sides trying to score into their speaker. 316 scoring in multiple notes for red. 7045 scoring multiple notes for blue. At the end of autonomous, it is 24 for red, 15 for blue. As we move into teleoperated period and human beings take control of their robots. 8075 on red trying to score into their amplifier. 3637 trying to do the same for blue. 3637 shoots, but it just falls out as 1279 on red scores a few notes into their speaker. 6897 on blue, feeding notes to their alliance partners. That will boost the scoring time. 7045, picking up notes, making use of those fed to reduce the time it takes them to run cycles. The red speaker is amplified, increasing the number of points that can be scored, and 316 takes advantage of it. 1279 tries to do the same, but it falls just short. 8075 parking right in front of the blue speaker, trying to play some defense, prevent them from scoring. 1279 has a note, looking to shoot into its speaker. It shoots and scores. 7045 dealing with defense from 8075. Looks like they're parked on blue. Can they shoot? Haven't done so yet, but on red, 1279 shoots, but it falls just short. 316 zooming across the field, collides with 3637. Red speaker is amplified. Can 1279 take advantage? It does, and scores one amplified note for red. Most of the action down at the blue side of the field. Robots trying to steer around each other, get into position. 316 looking to pick up a note. Collides we get to the last 20 seconds of this match. Human players tossing their high notes. 1279 scoring into their speaker again. Will anybody be climbing this match as robots collide here in the center of the field and the time ticks down? And that's the match. Official scores for that last match coming in now. And the Red Alliance takes the win. Final score 71 for the Red Alliance, the Cold Cyber Techs. While the Blue Alliance, Alliance 7, the Space Force, gets 30 points. The Red Alliance, Cold Cyber Techs, advances into our upper bracket, but the Space Force isn't out yet. They'll be going into our lower bracket, and we'll be seeing them again. Now, for some analysis of that match, let's send it over to our sports desk.
Hello, hello,
All right.
hello.
Match 3 was impressive, seeing that the second alliance, outplayed the 7th alliance.
Yep, then there's so much more we want to talk about, but we do want to thank the Bridgewater Commons Mall for being able to host this event today.
Yep. They have this wonderful, they have these, QR codes?
Yeah.
Scattered around the mall. If you scan it, like the one on the screen, you're entered to win $500 shopping spree at the Bridgewater Commons Mall.
Yep. Don't worry, they are not April tags, though.
Oh, yeah. It looks similar, but...
These are for your phone, not for your robot's camera.
Exactly. So let's take a look at the match and see how, how each team played out.
Yeah. So a lot of the play was definitely through the teleoperated period, where we were able to see a lot of these notes get played.
Yep. And coming out of autonomous mode, you had the Blue Alliance up by, less than 10 points, but it's still that lead that it's hard to make up coming out of autonomous.
Yeah. Yeah, that autonomous, especially coming from the Red Alliance, was really, really cool to see. Even though some notes were missed, which is the game you play with First Robotics with your teleoperated period and pre-programmed code, it was really fun. Then afterwards, we were able to see a lot of that strategy come out about what I like to call hyper offense plus hyper defense over here.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of trying to get in between where you could disrupt the cycle times, which for Red's case it would be right here, they just instead decided to go all the way to the Blue Alliance and went, you know what, I'm playing defense on you, and I'm going to ruin your day in your home.
Yeah, which is something you really didn't really see this in this season. Not a lot of defense by the subwoofer. It's kind of hard now with swerve drive, where these robots can move in really any direction.
Mm-hmm.
And with that swerve, they can just kind of pop to the side of that defensive bot and get their shot where they need to be.
Yeah.
They also run into a risk that because they're so close to the Blue Alliance's amp, they may be able to draw a penalty there. That if the blue robot is in their protected amp zone, and they make contact with the red robot, that could be a penalty and get them more points.
And it also is a penalty at the last 30 seconds where the climbing in the end game happens. You're not allowed to be in this zone either, which may disrupt some cycle times from your alliance as well.
Yep.
I did
So,
not pick that one.
but as you can see, there was more firepower from the Red Alliance, which gave them the win.
Yep. And obviously strategies will change as the day goes on. So sometimes the strategy that one alliance uses may not be the same as what they use in their next play.
And the beautiful thing with this round robin bracket is in the old times for first, they used to have one would go against 8 and they'd best 2 out of 3 and then go into go down in their brackets. With this round robin, they face a new alliance every match, which is great to see. So you have to have different strategies going into it. You're not just, oh, we're facing this team twice and we have to beat them and here's a strategy to do it. It's like, oh, now we're facing a different alliance.
Yeah, I remember a lot of our gameplay, especially when we were students, of, okay, so we have to have a strategy 2 different times because we already know how they're going to play and whatever. And it was already set. So this is a really cool way that we're able to see different alliances interacting with each other.
And yeah.
It makes for a lot more upsets as well.
It does. This is where every match does count, where if you lost the first match in that, old style playoff brackets, you would just, get the next 2.
Yeah.
But here it's like if you lose the first one, you go down to that lower bracket and you got to fight your way back to, to win this whole event.
Yeah, there's so much more we want to talk about, but we're going to save that for the next few matches we have.
Yep.
Ready to go?
Yeah, shoot it back to the field.
All right, RoboCon New Jersey, thank you for your patience. We are getting the match started shortly. Up next, we have Alliance 6 in blue, going under the name The Raging Robots, facing off against Alliance 3 in red, the High Sticky Devils. The winner of this match stays in the upper bracket. The loser will go to the lower bracket to play for their survival. Let's start with team introductions. Up first, 8588.
From Denville, New Jersey, it's the Tech Devils.
Joining the Tech Devils, we have 1629.
From Accident, Maryland, it's Gakko.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, let's hear it for 369.
From Brooklyn, New York, High Voltage Robotics.
Down on blue, we have 8714.
From Toms River, New Jersey, it's Robo Griffins.
Teaming up with the Griffins, we have 4653.
From Ramsey, New Jersey, Iron Men Robotics.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance, let's hear it for 8630.
From Patterson, New Jersey, it's Phoenix of Prey.
Looks like we are working on some technical difficulties. For some context, for this field to run, all 6 teams must have a connection between their joysticks and their laptops and their robots. So you think of your home networking setup, it's that times 6. A lot of complication, a lot of points of failure. So that's why it takes us a few minutes to get every match ready. We have to remove all the old teams, get the new ones in, get them all connected. As soon as that's ready, we'll have this match underway. As a reminder, RoboCon New Jersey, we have a lot of different events going on this weekend. Make sure you check out the whole mall for driving your own robot, getting to see some incredible Lego displays, getting to see some battle bots all spread out throughout the mall. If you see QR codes posted around, you'll be able to find a map and a list of all the activities that are going on in Bridgewater Commons this weekend. In just a few minutes, the next match down on the main stage will begin. Every 15 minutes, we will be running another match on this field. Every 15 minutes, you'll get to see some massive robot action. Ooh. While we wait for this match to begin, here at RoboCon, we would like to thank our event sponsors, starting with our event host, Bridgewater Commons, Johnson & Johnson, DoD STEM, ExxonMobil, Haas, and First Mid-Atlantic. It looks like this match might be ready to go. We have the thumbs up. We have the green light. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off here with yet another playoff match. Down on red, we've got 1629 scoring multiple notes autonomously. No human input for these first 15 seconds of this match, as well as every match here at RoboCon and in First Robotics. And that buzzer means Autonomous has ended, and human beings step forward to take control of their robots. Current score 29 for Alliance 3 in red, 12 for Alliance 6 in blue. 365 on red scores 1 into the amplifier. 8714 also scores into its amplifier. It's looking good for both alliances. We've got a pushing match between 369 and 4653. Lots of traffic jam going on right here in the center of the field, but 1629 gets through to try to score 1 into the speaker for red, and it succeeds. 8714 continuing to score for blue into its amplifier. 369 scoring into its amplifier for red, encounters 8714, which is either playing defense, trying to get a note from its human player station, or both. 1629 scores again for red into its speaker, which has been amplified. Will 369 be able to add another one? It does! Over on blue, 4653 trying to score. 8630 also trying to score. Notes bouncing off the rim of the speaker. They're not giving up though. Yes! 8630 successfully takes a note and sends it into its amplified speaker. Over on red, 369 deposits another one into the amplifier for red. 8588 trying to play a bit of defense, trying to keep 8630 from getting to its human player station and collecting additional notes. 1629 on red shoots another note into its speaker. 8714 on blue. Looks like it has a note. No, it's trying to pick one up. Lots of pushing and shoving going on down at the blue end of the field. Red robots and blue robots colliding as each one tries to keep the other from making progress as this ticks down into the last 20 seconds. Get ready to start seeing some robots climb. We've got one on blue. 8470 looks like has its hooks up. Will we have any climbers to our parked on red as we tick down? And that's the match. Official results of that last match coming in now. And the Red Alliance takes the win. Alliance 3 with 56 points. Alliance 6 with 40 points. Very nicely played by all 6 of our teams here in that last match. Alliance 3, these high sticky devils moving on into our upper bracket. But the Raging Robots on Blue Alliance, they are not out yet. They advance into our lower bracket. We'll see them all again as playoffs continue. And for an analysis of that last match, let's send it to the sports desk.
And to the sports desk it is. Hello, everybody. Hi. We have so much to talk about with that match because I'm really excited to see all the defense that was happening, especially on the blue side. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree.
Cool. Let's get right into it here. So this was really in the first half of the match here. There was double defense happening here in between the Red Alliance human player station and where the speaker is. And that really helped with making sure that they weren't able to get their cycles in time for with doing that to help them maybe catch up in the points, right?
Yeah, it stopped there from being such a big drastic difference between points.
Yeah, and it really helped them too because there was a huge congestion all up in this zone here. So it posed the question of, okay, well, if I want to go get those notes, do I want to go around the long way and potentially disrupt what's happening here, or do I just want to go through and see if I could just beat out the countdown with pinning? You would also like to talk about the really cool strategy that one of these teams had to get a note unstuck, right?
Yeah, when there was about 24 seconds you could see that there was a blue team that had a note stuck in them, and if you get a note stuck in your robot, you can't pick up another note. But they use the subwoofer, the part that's, the
subwoofer, sorry.
Yeah, the part with the counter, to really get that unstuck from them, and that allows them to keep playing the match and keep scoring notes.
Yeah, and that really helps, especially because if you're out of commission there, it's kind of like, oh well, can't really do anything. All you can do is really play defense. And then if a second note gets stuck in you, well, that's penalties. Huge shout outs to the human players on both sides for getting the notes actually on the high stage there. What is it?
The microphones?
Yeah, the microphones. Sorry. Maybe it's starting to become that time where I'm getting really tired. Yeah, no, this strategy was really awesome to see. Defense is such a core part of this game, in my own opinion. If you could stop those cycles, it's like make or break for an alliance sometimes. Because if you can't score, then you can't play.
You know what they say? Defense wins competitions.
Yes. And I think that's all we got here at the sports desk, and we will bring it back to you.
All right, RoboCon New Jersey. We have a small mishap with some of our robots. Sometimes they break, they have some issues. We're gonna take a 5-minute pause, give the team some time to make those tweaks and fixes, and we'll be right back with the next match in about 5 minutes. All right, RoboCon, New Jersey, after that short break, we are ready for our first lower bracket match. In blue, we have Alliance 4. In red, we have Alliance 8. This being our first lower bracket match is win or go home. The winner continues in the lower bracket. The losing alliance finishes their day in the playoffs. Let's begin our introductions, starting off with 4361.
From Roxbury Township, New Jersey, it's Robotics.
Joining Robotics, let's hear it for 2577.
Representing Basking Ridge, New Jersey, it's Pingree Robotics.
Finishing out alliance number 8, we have 4012.
From Staten Island, New York, it's Bad News Bots.
Down on blue, 7587.
From Metuchen, New Jersey, it's Metuchen Momentum.
Joining the momentum, we have 25.
From North Brunswick, New Jersey, it's Raider Robotics.
Rounding out the blue alliance, we have 8117.
From Easton, Pennsylvania, the Easton Robo Rovers.
The first elimination match, win or go home, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Bridgewater Commons, welcome to our playoff tournament here at RoboCon. We got Alliance 4 in blue, Alliance 5, Alliance 8 in red. Winner of this match will continue playing. We're going to say sayonara to the other alliance. Drivers step forward and operate their machines. As always, we start off with a 15-second autonomous period where robots use pre-programmed controls to maneuver across the field. Now begins our tele-operated period. 2 minutes on the clock, and we have a score of 16-11 in favor of Alliance 4. That's the Blue Alliance. Let's check up on some of the action happening on the field. Team 25 in blue bumpers representing Alliance 4. Parked up against that fixture in order to score some notes into the overhead compartment. Joined up with their partners, 75-87 Metuchen Momentum. But it looks like 4012, the Bad News Bots, has some bad news for the Blue Alliance, playing some significant defense to try and stop the bleed that the Red Alliance is trying to score. 25-77 Pingree Robotics, parked up against the subwoofer, joined up with Robotics, 4361, offloads a note into the upper hand compartment. 75-87, Metuchen Momentum swerves their way over to a side-by scoring location. Red Alliance slowly catching up here with a minute left. An 8-point differential separates these two alliances, 29-21 in favor of blue. Red slowly catching up, though, thanks to the hard work of Robotics. But it looks like the Blue Alliance has managed to outmaneuver some of the defensive capabilities of the Bad News Bots. They increase their delta, now a 10-point difference between blue and red. 30 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what these alliances are capable of in these final seconds. 25, Raider Robotics volleys up a note into the blue hand compartment. Human players attempting to score some high notes. 4361 suspends themselves on one of the available chains for some endgame bonus points. As time now ticks down to 0, 25, just a few seconds shy of climbing themselves up. But that will do it for match number 5. We have a thumbs up from our head ref, which means our scores are locked in. One of these alliances is going to be sent home. The alliance that continues to play will be the Blue Alliance. With a score of 49-33, Alliance 4 will take the win and continue their play into the lower bracket. They will be advancing to round 3, match number 10, later on this competition. Unfortunately, that means we must say goodbye to Alliance number 8, but give them a warm round of applause for competing here at RoboCon. That's 25-77, 43-61, and 40-12. Excellent work.
All right. That was an exciting first match in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and there was so much we could talk about there.
Yeah. I mean, this is where the matches where alliances start to get eliminated. I know the Blue Alliance came into this where they were down a robot. The team, had some programming issues, and CSAs are working on it with their team. And it's a benefit sometimes, and it's a hindrance. The one benefit you have is you have more open field. You don't have that third robot on your alliance that may get in the way, so those two robots can work to score as many points as possible.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it could also be like you need that extra scoring power in order to be able to move on from that.
Yeah.
So there's so many things that we can talk about, but we should break it down here over at the sports desk. This match was really cool to see because we were able to see how they were able to work so well with just only having 2 robots on the field, which opened up this portion of the field especially, so they were able to constantly make those cycles in and out.
Yeah, and then you have the, I think it's 40-12 in there that is playing defense around the subwoofer. It's a bold strategy to have because you're stopping them from scoring because if they go against the subwoofer, but you also may run into an issue where you're going to hit them when they're in the amp, and that can draw a penalty. Similar to as we're seeing on the screen right now. Mm-hmm. They're very close to that, and the refs there are counting, how's the pinning, and it's all those ideas that you have to compute in that short time window, which is kind of stressful sometimes.
Yeah, you also need to have a lot of confidence being able to go to the other side with limited vision unless you have your camera on your robot and going, hey, I'm here, good morning, how are you? Yeah. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to make sure I'm going to make your job harder.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, 40-12 is making sure the 25 is not getting any notes in and scoring there. At the same time where it was 3 robots on 2, unfortunately we had one of the robots that was not working, so now it's kind of one doing the offense, the other one's playing defense, so you have that, the beauty of FIRST is you never know. Every match you go into, it can be a complete upset, it can be a complete disaster. Just kind of roll with the punches here.
Also shows the diversity of strategies. Blue saw that they only had 2 robots and went, okay, we both need to play offense at the same time, and defense will kind of be on the side there because we need to make sure we can put the scoring power. On the other hand, Red went, okay, one will do offense primarily and one will do defense primarily, and maybe that will be able to balance it out. And unfortunately, Red was not able to take it home and was unfortunately eliminated. But we do thank the teams for coming here today because we had so much fun watching all these matches happen. And I don't know if you have any more comments.
Yeah, one other weird thing with this is this a lot more relaxed here, where during eliminations, the intensity, especially during during season FRC events, the intensity amplifies a lot. So you have a little bit more nerves in there.
Amplifies?
Yeah. I didn't think of that at the time, but yeah, the amplification of the intensity in the arena grows because there's more pressure, you're getting eliminated, you're going home. Here it's a little bit more relaxed, but we'll see how as we go further into this bracket if the intensity ramps up.
Well, I don't want your puns to crescendo throughout the day, but we'll be back with you with more matches after this.
All right.
All right, RoboCon New Jersey, we are ready for the 6th elimination match of the day. If you take a look up at the board, we have in blue Alliance 6 and in red Alliance 7. This is a win or go home match. The second round in a double elimination. The winner moves on. The loser is unfortunately done with our tournament for today. Let's begin with introductions, starting with 7045.
From Denville, New Jersey, it's MC Crusaders.
Joining the Crusaders, we have 3637.
From Flemington, New Jersey, it's the Daleks.
Rounding out Alliance number 7, let's hear it for 6897.
From East Brunswick, New Jersey, it's Estrella Robotics.
Starting off Alliance number 6, let's hear it for 8714.
From Toms River, New Jersey, it's Robo Griffins.
With the T-Rex in the red race car, 4653.
From Ramsey, New Jersey, it's Ironman Robotics.
Last but not least, completing Alliance 6, let's hear it for 8630.
From Patterson, New Jersey, it's Phoenix of Prey.
Win or go home. Teams, if you're ready, drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
Round 2, match number 6 underway here at RoboCon, New Jersey. The offseason event hosted right here in the Bridgewater Commons. We've got Alliance 6 in blue, Alliance 7 in red. One of these teams will be advancing to continue their play in the elimination playoff bracket. We'll be saying goodbye to the other alliance. Autonomous mode ends. Tele-operated mode begins. Drivers step forward and operate their machines. The objective of this game is to take these orange rings you'll see in the field and score them in either the overhead compartments or in the side compartments to score as many points as they can. You can see in the center of the field, Team 4653 working with their partners 8714 to scoop up available resources littered across the center of the field. Minute 40 on the clock, a red alliance is taking the lead 29-17. $86.30 on the blue side, Phoenix of Prey scooping up a note from the floor, actuating their mechanical systems in order to try and score that note. Red Alliance increasing their advantage, 34 now to 17. Red Alliance activates an amplification, increasing the points scored per note for 10 seconds. That will give the Red Alliance a commanding lead as we're coming up to 1 minute remaining. 36-37, the Daleks on the red side, joined up with Estrella Robotics, swerving back over to their source location to restock on inventory. $46.53, Ironman Robotics trying to snipe a note, but 36-37 gets there first, lobbies it up into the speaker for maximum value. 46-20 is going to be your score. Advantage still going over to the Red Alliance. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Let's see what the Blue Alliance, see if they have any tricks up their sleeve to try and catch up to the red side. Guitar riff, last 20 seconds remaining. 87-14, the Robo Griffins. Note in their possession, taking flight over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Human players tossing some high notes in the last 5 seconds remaining. And that will set the sun here for match number 6 of the lower bracket. We will have your official scores momentarily. Just stick around, hang tight. We have a thumbs up from our head referee, which means our scores are locked in. While we wait for last-minute notes to go up, we're going to reset the field, but we're ready to display our scores. Alliance continuing their play is going to be the Red Alliance. They score of 62-22. Alliance number 7 is going to continue their play in this playoff tournament. That's Alliance number 7 will advance further to the lower bracket. They will play next in round 3, match number 9. Alas, we must say goodbye to Alliance 6, who played their hearts out here at this competition. Give them a round of applause for participating here today. We've got Alliance 6, 86-30, 46-53, and 87-14. That's going to do it for this match. We've got some analysis going on after every match, so we're going to send it back over to our sports desk. Paige and Mike, take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. I was an upset.
Yeah, it was an upset.
But it seemed that the seventh Alliance was able to get into a rhythm, score a lot of points. They got, I think, 19?
Yeah.
Into the speaker, so maybe not, using the amp to its advantage, but just if you can outscore them in that matter, it works just as well.
Mm-hmm. We do want to give a shout out to the Bridgewater Commons Mall thank you for hosting this event in all this space. We really could not be running this large scale of an event without them.
And on the screen, there's a QR code there, so if you scan that and you fill out the form, you're entered to win a $500 shopping spree at the Bridgewater Commons Mall.
What would you do with $500?
Skateboards.
I got called out apparently for mentioning Lego sets a little too much, so I will go back and say probably spend it all on candy.
Yeah, that candy store was
That candy store is
impressive.
really good, yeah.
Or probably Williams-Sonoma for, I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff for my house and cooking, but...
Or maybe video games. I mean, we can learn how to drive. It's like with the controllers, how to drive the robots.
Yep.
I don't know. There's many things you can do with $500, so make sure you scan those QR codes and enter in to win that prize. So let's get into some top-tier game analysis.
Yes.
So what did you notice during this game?
Just the amount of notes getting scored. There was one amplification period here, but once again, are they utilizing it? No. So one thing here is one thing I'd suggest to those alliances is wait and have the time to once you have enough notes back, you have even 1 or 2, that's 10 points. Compared to you hit that amplification period, or you hit the amplification button, and you're just sitting there and it's wasting time. Where if you come back with 2 notes, one robot each has a note, that's 10 points there, which gives you a big advantage and a jump over the other teams.
But teams also have to think to themselves, how are we going to save those notes? Are we going to put them away, or are we just going to position ourselves when we're already in the latter part of our cycle to get back to where the speaker is and shoot it then? There's so many questions you have to decide, especially what kind of swerve modules or just drivetrain as a whole that you're running with. Many teams here are working with the elusive swerve drive, where there are 4 separate modules in the corners, and they all independently move with each other, which can create a lot more power, a lot more momentum, and usually a lot faster robots.
Yes, and I think this revolution of swerve in FRC has been a great thing for it. It allows teams to move in any direction. I've watched a couple matches previous when it was all tank, and it's a little brutal to watch because it's slow, and trying to line up isn't as ideal, where swerve, you can just position your robot right where you want it and shoot.
Yeah, right over here, you're able to see how well swerve works, because even though they're facing this way, their robot's moving every way around while still facing that part. And I think that's what makes these games really cool, because they're utilizing swerve to its maximum potential to make sure that they can go around and move around and do whatever. Yeah. It's great for defense as well as it's great for offense, so it's usually just a no-brainer when teams pick their these designs when they go into a build season.
And from a mechanical standpoint, it's amazing because you don't have that many machines or that many parts to machine. It's 4 side rails, and these swerve kits come, from manufacturers or vendors that they just buy them, assemble them, and it takes the headache of what speed are we going to do? What's the length of our drive rails? What's the chain that's going to go, or belt? And like sourcing all that, this is just, okay, we're going to pick L3, which is, or whatever speed we want, and go from there. And plug and play pretty much, which is nice.
The only downside is that they're really heavy.
Yeah, and then a little bit like kind of behind the scenes cool thing for people to see is when the students are controlling it, there's two modes. One is going to be field centric and one is robot centric. So if it's robot, whichever direction that robot is facing in the forward, it will go when you push that stick forward.
Yeah.
So it's difficult in the robot because you have to like keep the front of the robot in line. But when you go to the field centric driving, it's if you push that joystick forward, it moves forward on the field, and when you move left, it goes left, and you move right, it goes right. So it's easier to control, and you can see kind of placing a dot on the field and driving there, and that's where the robot will go.
Pretty much. There's so many things teams have to consider so early on into the season of how are we going to do things that will affect them. Even like what, we're 9-10 months after kickoff started and we just got our game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's so many things that teams have to consider whenever they're in. So by the time it comes here, they're like, okay, well, we already did this and whatever, and maybe we learn for next year.
Yeah, and if you have a really good driver, it makes it look like it's so easily done, but when you get behind the sticks and you drive that robot, it's a lot harder. So these kids spend hours practicing, mastering, being able to drive these robots and put them where they want, and it really shows on the field.
It's also really hard to know which way's front, apparently.
Yeah.
At least when I was driving, it's really hard to know which way's front unless you have like your intake up in the front.
Yeah.
So yes, there's so many things we can talk about and so many things that have to be considered whenever you play these games. Oh yeah, big shout out to the Blue Alliance for being able to hit that high note onto the microphone. I give a shout out every time the human player does that because that's the rule of cool, as I like to call it.
It's difficult to do.
It is so difficult to do. You have no clue. I highly recommend the mentors who were talking about the driving, if that was hard, try and throw the high note, see how far that goes.
Yep.
Yep, but I think that's all we got.
That's all we got. Let's go to the next match.
Yep.
And down on the field, let's give a round of applause to all the Girl Scouts who earned the Robotics Merit Badge at RoboCon, New Jersey this weekend. Congratulations, Girl Scouts. Once again, congratulations and thank you to all the Girl Scouts who came out this weekend to earn the Robotics Merit Badge. All right, RoboCon New Jersey, we are ready for our next match. Down on the field, you will see Alliance number 5 in blue going against Alliance number 1 in red. We have had a few upsets in the bracket so far. Let's see if Alliance 1 can win this one or if Alliance 5 will force the upset. Right now, we are back in the upper bracket, so the winner moves on to the semifinals. The loser heads to the loser's bracket. Let's begin introducing these teams. Starting off with 9015.
From Jersey City, New Jersey, it's Questionable Engineering.
In the middle, let's hear it for 303.
Coming from Bridgewater, New Jersey, it's the Test Team.
The captain and our number 1 ranked robot, 1676.
From Montvale, New Jersey, it's the Pascack Pioneers.
Down on blue with the sparkly disco ball hats, 555.
From Montclair, New Jersey, it's Montclair Robotics.
Joining Montclair, we have 714.
From Newark, New Jersey, it's Panthera.
Rounding out Alliance number 5 and their captain, 3142.
From Newton, New Jersey, it's Aperture.
The winner of this match moves on to the semifinals. Let's see who's going to take it away. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Hello, RoboCon, and welcome back to the upper bracket. We are here in round 2, match number 7. The winner of this match is going to continue their play into the upper bracket. The other alliance is going to move down into the lower bracket, continue their play. That will be the end of autonomous period. Drivers step forward and operate their machines. We will end autonomous period with the Red Alliance taking the lead 27-12. A 15-point difference, but these alliances are more than capable of shaking things up. Let's check up on some of the action. Team 555, Montclair Robotics, representing the Blue Alliance, Alliance number 5. We're going to begin their play with placing some notes into one of the side speakers. Red Alliance working on volleying some notes over into their side of the field. 9015 volleying notes over to Pascack in attempts to try and score some notes. 3142 volleying notes over to 555 Montclair Robotics. 51-28 is going to be the score right now. Still advantage going to the Red Alliance. 303 the test team causing a little bit of a blockade for the Red Alliance. 3142 Aperture on the blue. Restocking inventory, scooping up a note, transferring themselves. 1676 shifting their gears and playing some defense. 714 Panthera, note held up high, dropping it off in one of the amps. 49 seconds left. Blue Alliance slowly catching up. Red Alliance still maintaining their lead. 60-31 is going to be the score. That delta ever so increasing. .714 Panthera lining up their positions, volleying a note up into the speaker for some added bonus points. 20 seconds left. Red Alliance is not letting up. They are going to continue this aggression going against the blue side. Couple seconds left. Robots going to attempt to climb themselves up and away. Couple alliances, teams will get some bonus points if they find themselves suspended at the end of the match. And it's looking mighty possible. That will be an end to match number 7 of round 2. Hang tight a little bit. We will get your updated scores momentarily. We have a thumbs up from our head ref, which means our scores are locked in. Let's put it up on the board. All right, continuing play in the upper bracket will be the Red Alliance. They score of 86-41. Red Alliance is going to take the win, and they are going to continue their play in the upper bracket. They will be playing next in round 4, match 11, about the semifinals. Alliance 5 is not out of it yet. They will continue their play in the lower bracket. Round 3, match number 9, lower bracket. If you're playing in the lower bracket, that means you're going to be out of contention if you take an L. That's going to do it for round 2, match number 7. Field is going to take a break, get our robots back up, but we've got some expert analysis going on in our What table is it again? I forget what it is. Our sports desk, that one.
Analyst desk. Thank you, Eric.
We're probably the peanut gallery, though.
Yeah, but I mean, that match, as I said earlier about how the intensity of this competition, I was wrong. I was probably a match too early where the intensity of that match really elevated here. Teams are rushing around trying to score more. They want to stay in that upper bracket.
Yeah, and it especially came out because obviously when teams had that decision to make during alliance selections, they had to not only make sure that they're picking people who complemented well with them, but also like in the off chance that something happens, would they be able to pick up the slack? And that is exactly what happened this match.
Exactly. We're going to
take a play-by-play.
Play-by-play and show you kind of what happened here with this.
Yeah, so let's go all the way back to our autonomous mode there, if I can set this up correctly, because I accidentally pressed the wrong button. And right here, we were able to see a really strong autonomous from both ends.
Yep.
And especially going for that center notes. The center notes are the worst to get to because you don't know if the other lines is going to get to those as well.
Yep.
So you run the risk of pressing your A stop, and all of a sudden, all that momentum you just built with getting those double points is gone.
Yeah. Even though, because Pascack was in the first seed, they were like, oh, we're going to pick 90-15 because they complement them well where they go get that center line. Yes, they didn't hit the speaker with their first shot, but it also brings that note to their side. And then when they go to pick up that second note in the center line, they're clearing that center line quicker so that it's not giving blue an advantage to go pick up those notes as well.
Yeah, and we were able to see that they were able to get rid of 2 over here.
Yep.
So after that, teleoperated period starts, and we are able to see immediate congestion and then immediate cycling around here.
Yep, and 303 was by the red stage waiting for defense. They're going to pick that position where a lot of other teams were positioned around the subwoofer. Probably took that strategy from what was happening in at Worlds, and it's a kind of chokehold spot in there for that robot where you have a limited lane and 303 is blocking them. They also, just right there, I think it's Aperture, was trying to shoot the note over. They drew a penalty because they weren't fully in the center of the field.
Yeah.
It's also a little bit more difficult now because the field is 4 feet shorter in the middle. That rule is kind of a little gray area because you don't have much of a center zone, so you can overshoot and start drawing penalties quicker if you're not in that center of the field.
Situational awareness.
Yeah.
Especially here because this just all gets congested, and even more so, like what you said, because of the it's just a shorter field.
Yep.
And then also because of the game pieces. Like if you just leave one there, you're given the same opportunity for blue as it is for red.
Exactly. So if we continue on, there was some big hits going on, and these robots, have gone through so many matches where sometimes they just break. And I think it was Pascack Pioneers. They hit something, I heard a loud bang, and then boom, I saw one of their chain on their elevator on their main arm, which they use, one, to protect their intake so it doesn't get damaged, but it also is used for the amp as well as picking up game pieces. So
there.
Exactly. When they were realizing the score, when they were realizing that they don't have that ability, it's tough to recover from.
Yeah, and that's something that as soon as that happened, they were like, okay, that just happened. We need to change. We need to change what we're doing immediately. So less on the defense and then more on the offense was able to make up the difference.
Yeah. So as we keep watching through the match, they're going.
Yeah, and this is when they started switching to complete offense here. Like, okay, I'm kind of doing. Yeah, they're kind of doing defense, but also they're trying to make sure that they get any game pieces that may go astray.
So as you kind of see in the center with Pascack, their telescoping arm kind of comes out and in, which has them damaged. Now the beauty of their alliance, they're able to switch. So now 90-15 is the one that has to come to the other side and start scoring the points and keeping them ahead.
Yeah.
So that is a beautiful thing of, okay, they had to feed Pascack, but because Pascack broke, now they can switch, and just things that happen during matches, you have to think on your feet and, okay, if my opponent goes down, what do I need to do to continue scoring?
And also the cool thing about this game is that they were also to keep that distance away, they were able to utilize the amplification. They shot one up in here and hit the button, and they'll come back and they'll shoot another one.
Yep.
And they just kept using it, and that is really what you need to do, especially when you're up in eliminations. And blue used the same thing too to start closing that distance.
Yep. So now blue's going down to the lower bracket, and red, First Alliance, is still maintaining in the upper bracket.
Yeah. Great play from everyone here. This is what we get from as soon as we get further into eliminations, all these high playing strategies coming out and really helping these teams to get into finals.
Yep. And then the one cool thing I saw when I was field side watching matches was Aperture. Instead of having them drop using an intake, they have a plastic kind of shield that allows the note to fall into their robot. So they go over, land put their robot against the human player station. Human player drops the note into their robot, and they're ready to go.
Yeah.
Simple but effective.
Yes. And that's what a lot of teams have to consider when they start building these robots of, okay, what can make our cycle time faster? How can we score faster? Do we want to pick it up from the ground and be more fluid and more dynamic? Or do we want to be more set with the human player station but guarantee that we always have a piece in our robot?
That is true.
So many things to cover.
So many things to think about, and then, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that's all we have.
I'm ready for the next match.
I'm also ready for the next match. I hope you guys are too.
Perfect timing from our analyst desk. Round 2, match number 8 is ready. In Alliance, in blue, we have Alliance 3, and in red, we have Alliance 2. We are still in the upper bracket, so the winner of this match goes to the semifinals. The loser goes to the loser's bracket to fight their way back. Let's begin our introductions with 1279.
It's Cold Fusion from Somerville, New Jersey.
Joining Cold Fusion, we have 8075.
From Dover, New Jersey, it's Cyber Tigers.
Rounding out Alliance number 2, we have 316.
From Carneys Point, New Jersey, it's Lunatics.
Down on Blue, 8588.
From Denville, New Jersey, it's Tech Devils.
Joining the Tech Devils, 1629.
Friends visiting from Accident, Maryland, it's Gacko.
The final team on Alliance number 3, let's hear it for 369.
From Brooklyn, New York, it's High Voltage Robotics.
Double thumbs up, we are ready to go. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Hello, hello, Bridgewater Commons, and welcome to RoboCon, an exhibition of technical and mechanical prowess going on here. We are in the middle of our playoff tournament. We are in the upper bracket of double elimination. Alliance 2 and Alliance 3 battling it out, continuing their play in the undefeated bracket. That ends our autonomous period. Drivers step forward and take control of their machines as we move into tele-operated play. We are here playing a game Crescendo in first robotics competition. Objective of this game is to take these orange rings, we call them notes, and place them in the overhead compartments above each driver station. Alternatively, you can place them in the side stations. We call those the amp. Minute 45 seconds on the clock, a 1-point differential. Blue Alliance 25, Red Alliance now 27, overtaking the Blue Alliance in their advantage. Let's check out what some of the teams are up to doing. 1629 causing a bit of a blockade, preventing 1279 to continue their advancement. Tech Devils now playing some hefty defense against 316 and the rest of the Red Alliance. 39-34 is the score right now. Advantage going to the Red Alliance. 1279 Cold Fusion offloads a note into their overhead speaker. 369 High Voltage looking to follow it up and volley a note into their speaker as well, and they will. 50 seconds left on the clock, 3 points separating these two alliances. 42-39, advantage going to Red. 316, Lunatics, offloading a note into their amp. They've got a ready-to-go amplification cycle. When they activate it, they will get a bonus score for the period of 10 seconds while they place notes into their locations. 316 making hay while the sun is shining. They score an amplified note, good for a couple additional points, increasing their lead they have over Blue. 55 now 49. 6 points separating these two alliances. Let's see what these teams are capable of in the final 5 seconds. You'll notice some chains on the field. Robots can get endgame points if they suspend themselves at the end of the match. There's that buzzer. That means that round 2, match number 8 is finished. We will settle some endgame bonuses, incorporate those into the scores, and we'll get you your official results in a minute. Stay tuned. We have a thumbs up from your head ref, which means our score, it was a close one. The winner is going to be the Red Alliance. 62-52 is your final score going into round 2, match number 8. So the Red Alliance is going to take the win. They will advance further, playing in the upper bracket, round 4, match number 11. Alliance 3 not out of it yet. They will continue their play in the lower bracket, round 3, match number 10, where the stakes get a little higher at the risk of going home. That's going to do it for round 2, match number 8. Let's send it back to our analyst desk.
Are we your favorite analyst desk MCs? Are we?
You are absolutely my favorite.
We love you too. Cool. So to everyone who just walked in, who has no clue what's going on, hi, I'm Paige.
I'm Michael.
And we are your sports desk analysts for the game Crescendo, presented by Gene Haas.
Yep.
This is a robotics competition. It's a bunch of high schoolers building 120-pound robots and competing in a game no one's ever seen before. They get about 6 to 8 weeks to design, build, program, fundraise, you name it, they do it. And code competitions to build robots and just overall have fun and learn about STEM principles.
The program here is called First Robotics, and it stands for the inspiration and recognition of science and technology. So we're trying to inspire the youth of today into STEM fields. So one way of doing that is the First Robotics Challenge and the game Crescendo, as Paige discussed. So we have these notes, which are the foam discs that teams are either placing into the amp, which is the vertical goal, or there is the overhang goal, which is the speaker. Very music-centric game here.
Yeah.
And when teams or alliances put 2 notes into the amp, they can have an amplification period, which takes the notes that would be shot into the speaker, go from 2 points to 5 points, and they have 10 seconds to do that.
Or get 4 notes in whatever comes
Exactly. So here it's the optimization of those 10 seconds and making sure you capitalize on that, because sometimes teams just, oh, we got it, we hit it, and no notes are around, so you're wasting that time.
And on top of that, with the robot design, teams also have to design the robots to do a 15-second autonomous period where the points are doubled. Yep. But the robots cannot be controlled by the humans. They, in fact, step behind a line without their controls, and they must do pre-programmed actions. Nowadays, it's a little easier with the QR codes that are hung around the field, also called April tags, to identify, okay, I am X distance away. I know there is a note here. Let me pick it up, okay? And if I turn a certain way and catch this QR code, I will shoot it in, and it just keeps doing that. So it's automation.
Yeah, and we're into the elimination matches, so yesterday we played our qualification matches where every team was randomized. They played, and then out of those top 8 teams, they started to pick alliance partners today, and then we're in a round-robin bracket. So if you lose twice, you're out, but if you haven't lost twice, you're still in it.
The cool thing about this program is that by the time you get to competitions, you don't know who you're going to be working with or who you're going to be facing off against. And during
competition?
Yes, I forgot the name of it. During qualifications,
yes.
Each alliance is randomized. So it's 3 robots and 3 robots, and you do not know who your partners are going to be, nor who you're going to be against. And sometimes you'll be against robots that you were previously with, and vice versa. So it's all about playing fair and playing to make sure that everyone can play to the best of their ability.
And with that, I think we're going to show the game animation for this year's Crescendo, sponsored by Haas.
Hit it.
Welcome to the 2024 First Robotics Competition game, Crescendo, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to score or play notes in 3 different field elements, amplify their speaker, get on stage, harmonize, and take the spotlight before time runs out. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting specific scoring thresholds and for cooperating with their opponents. Robots start each match inside their alliance's starting zone and may be preloaded with a note. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous and can be programmed to leave their starting zone, play preloaded notes in their speaker or amp, and collect and play additional notes. During the following 2 minutes and 15 seconds, drivers control their robots. Robots collect notes from human players at their source and play them in their amp and speaker. Each time an alliance plays 2 notes in their amp, the human player can hit a button to amplify their speaker for 10 seconds. Notes played in an amplified speaker are worth more points than those scored in an unamplified speaker.
A human player may choose to play a note scored in their amp to cooperate with their opponent. If each alliance plays a note by hitting their cooperation button in the first 45 seconds of teleop, all teams in the match receive a cooperation point, which will influence a team's rank in the tournament. The number of played notes needed for a bonus ranking point is also reduced. Robots are protected from contact by their opponents when at their podium, off the ground, and during the last 20 seconds of the match while in contact with their stage. As time runs out, robots race to get on stage and deliver notes through the flap and into the trap. Bonus points are awarded for harmony when robots on stage use the same chain. On-stage robots earn even more points if a human player spotlights the robots on a chain by scoring a note on the chain's corresponding microphone. The alliance that earns the most points wins the match.
So thank you again, everyone, for joining us here today at the Bridgewater Commons. If you're interested in joining our family here at First, you can please join us at firstinspires.org. That's firstinspires.org. All right, let's get this show on the road.
Do we know where it is?
Yeah, they're coming right now.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, well, as long as they're on their way here. Yeah.
Yep. All right, we're just waiting here for our final team to queue up so we can get this next tournament round on the way. So how's everybody doing up there? We're doing good? Enjoying yourselves? All right. Thank you for joining us here at Bridgewater Commons. Thank you.
I will say one of the things I love about this event is our tiered viewing area. I've been to first events all over the state and even the World Championships, which are sometimes held in Houston, Texas, and there is not a view of the field like you get here at RoboCon, New Jersey and Bridgewater Commons Mall.
All righty then, all of our teams seem to be starting to queue up here. So let's start off with our first team on the Red Alliance. Team number 714.
From Newark, New Jersey, it's Panthera.
And next up is 3142.
From Newton, New Jersey, it's Aperture.
And finishing up your Red Alliance, team number 555.
From Montclair, New Jersey, it's Montclair Robotics.
And over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 6897.
From East Brunswick, New Jersey, it's Astrea Robotics.
And their partner, 3637.
From Flemington, New Jersey, it's the Daleks.
And finishing up your Blue Alliance, 7045.
From Denville, New Jersey, it's the MC Crusaders.
Okay, we're just waiting for the all clear here. We got a thumbs up, thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, crescendo.
And we're off here in elimination match, playoff match 9 here at RoboCon, New Jersey and Bridgewater Commons Mall, starting off with our 15-second autonomous period. All of these robots operating without any human intervention whatsoever, just pre-programmed instructions going on, scoring on both sides, and it's close coming out of autonomous period. Red at 27 points, blue at 24 points. Robots are zooming across the field now, being controlled by their humanoid drivers. Over on blue, 7045 feeding notes to its teammates. Notes are those little orange circles. Is feeding notes to its teammate 3637 to increase the speed at which it can score into the speaker. Over down on red, 714 has a note. It is looking to score in speaker, but it bounces off the rim. 3142 is looking to utilize its notes to try to increase the charge in the amplifier. That will enable them to boost the scoring potential from their speaker shots. .714 lining up. It shoots into the speaker and the amplifier is activated just in time. For 10 seconds, it will be scoring additional points for each note scored into the speaker. 36-37, continuing to score into its speaker, down on blue. We've got a shoving match going on between 5-5-5 in red and 7-45 in blue. 5-5-5 is attempting to interfere and play defense against 70-45. $36-37, now dropping notes into the blue speaker. 7-14 continuing to score into its speaker. $5-5-5, now trying to bully 36-37 away from getting a note. 31-42, looking to try to get into, line up to score. 70-45 is interfering. 7-14 zooming across the field now, trying to get another note. 7-45 has a note of its own, looking to score into the amplified blue speaker. As we tick down, you see human players shooting those high notes, trying to get them onto the microphones. Can anybody climb in these last 20 seconds of the match? 7-14 hooked onto the chain, but it did not get up into the air. It does not look like we have any successful climbs as the match ticks down. Very close, though, with a score of 66 red, 60 for blue here at the end, but that score is not yet official. Things can change. We'll see what the refs decide. So stay tuned for the official scores.
You can clear the field. Please retrieve your robots. So that last match is under review. We're just waiting a couple of minutes to make sure everything is getting cleared out.
All right, those scores are locked in. And the Red Alliance takes the win. Alliance 5 with 84. Alliance 7 with 62. And that means that Alliance 5 continues on in this double elimination bracket, unfortunately. Because they lost their second match, Alliance 7 has been eliminated. Let's have a big round of applause for all the teams on Alliance 7, 36-37, 70-45, and 68-97. They did a great job competing here at RoboCon New Jersey 2024. Now for an analysis of that last match and more, let's send it over to our sports desk.
All right, thank you. That was a nail biter right till the end. Teams were matched. Once again, as the intensity ramps up, hitting cues, sitting field side and watching.
Yeah.
Just sitting there trying to be a backseat driver as well. I'm like, what about doing that? What about that? And like, there's little mishaps here and there, but it's tough.
Yeah, we mentors do the backseating driving best.
Yeah.
But that match was amazing to watch. I was like, oh, are they going to win? Are they going to do this? Are they going to do that? So let's take a play-by-play.
Yeah, it was a nail biter until the end.
Yeah, Autonomous was really good, actually, at least in my own opinion.
Yep.
It was just good scoring, good consistent scoring, center notes, all that fun jazz.
Yep, 36-37, they have a great center line, which allows the other teams to take that, those front three notes.
Yep, and by the end there, you're able to see that they were able to position themselves well to start getting that center note, and they could potentially either pass it to one of their members who are already lined up and ready to go, or they can take it themselves.
Yep, and kind of go.
Yeah, now just going through the match. What they had then decided to do was just go and score it, and there was also just that race to get all those center notes, and thankfully Red was able to get all those.
Yep. And then 714 in the corner was trying to, was doing the volley shot. But once again, now that field is condensed, it was looking like they got a penalty called on them because they were shooting it further than they needed to. So that, volleying shot is beneficial, but at this point, it's also with the shortened field can be detrimental to you.
Yeah, and also in the rules, you can't shoot from beyond this point either way. So even with the field being short, it's just not allowed due to the safety of all of the standard passageways. Yeah.
And then, utilizing, how many notes are in the amp? Are you ready for amplification? Are you not? Are you shooting? Who's doing what? And sometimes it just gets a little stressful and confusing, depending if robots are broken or not. I think Estrella and the human player station had the issue where they had a note in them, and the human players signaling, go back, back, you have the note, and the drivers were like, do we not? And it's that field vision that's kind of hard, and difficult
The human
to see.
players get to see such a unique perspective about the robot, which is great, but then also sometimes it's like, oh my god, I need to communicate this to my team members, but obviously you're not allowed a communication device when you're behind the human player station. So it's all about making sure that you're able to make those everything known, that way you can see there's a note stuck in our robot, like stop.
And also, from strategy point, having, being aware of that. Is there any feedback from it? Some of the teams have LEDs on the robots. Once they get a note, they can see, we have a note, come back.
Yeah.
And that's something that's important sometimes with teams.
I feel like every team should just have an LED strip, even if it is cool. It's also just good to have it so you can see, the note is in, pull back, instead of having to rely on not only driving the robot, but also looking up and seeing if the human player is communicating, yes, notes in, or no, notes not in.
There was some good stuff from the Daleks 36-37. They were able to pick a few from the human player station, which saves them a cycle having to go all the way across the field, which is nice.
Yeah.
Smart of them, making sure that they're not there when another, the Red Alliance is in there, so they don't draw that penalty.
Yeah.
Just that good strategy to see.
Yeah, they were also able to use the amplification, or at least Blue Alliance was able to use that amplification to really push them over the edge.
Which was also a weird thing, because being courtside, and once again, a lot of stress on the drive team here was they threw a third note into the amp, where it's like you had the two, you were ready to shoot, you had enough there. I was sitting there about trying to yell, but I'm like, I can't, because
The interference.
I'm not in the field. Yeah, it's just that drive coach in me, like, do this, do this. And then the other problem was Estrella got stuck under the stage, which ultimately costed that alliance the match, which is a pain where it all comes down to that strategy. And if you get stuck under there and the 3 robots hit them, they draw those 3 penalties, which is 10 points each, 30 points.
And that was what the difference was.
Yep.
You got to make sure that you always communicate with your alliance partners to make sure, oh, I'm doing this or I'm doing that, or if at least you're going to break down in a convenient zone.
Yeah, and it's a tough break for the Blue Alliance, but
yeah,
that's part of the game and why what makes it so much fun.
Yeah, there's always so much to break down with it. I'd also like to give a shout out to both human players again. I'm going to count the one that Blue scored as the shot because you were on it. I feel like that counted. Obviously, there was no counting, but obviously that is to Ray and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I feel, rule of cool, I think you got it in, personally.
Yep.
And obviously Red also was able to get it, so good job.
All right, I think we're ready to throw it back to the field for the next match.
Let's go.
All right.
All right, thank you very much to our sports commentators for keeping us, giving us the play-by-play of every match. All right, getting ready here to get our next round underway. We're getting down to the last wire here, folks. All right. Are we getting ready to start here? All righty, here we go. Introducing your Red Alliance. 85-88.
From Denville, New Jersey, it's the Tech Devils.
And next up is 1629.
From Accident, Maryland, it's Gakko.
And finishing up your Red Alliance, 369.
From Brooklyn, New York, it's High Voltage Robotics.
And heading over our Blue Alliance, we have Team 7587.
From Metuchen, New Jersey, it's Metuchen Momentum.
And our veteran team, team number 25.
From North Brunswick, New Jersey, it's Raider Robotics.
And finishing up your Blue Alliance is Team 8117.
From Easton, Pennsylvania, it's the Easton Robo Rovers.
Waiting for the all clear. Yep. All right. Thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
And we're off with yet another elimination match here at RoboCon, New Jersey in Bridgewater Commons Mall. Alliance 3 versus Alliance 4. The loser of this match will be eliminated, but the winner will move on into the playoff bracket. Now let's see this 15-second autonomous period. All these robots functioning without human intervention, and that ends with 29 for red, 14 for blue. Going into teleoperated period as human drivers step in to take control of their robots. Lots of action here. Blue robots picking up notes, getting ready. 75-87, dumping into their amp. Team 25 lined up and shooting into an amplified speaker, taking great advantage of the amplifier and its ability to increase the number of points scored in the speaker for 10 seconds. Team 365 dumping another one into the note, into the amplifier. .369 on red, scores one into the amplified speaker. Team 25 lining up to shoot into its speakers, being bullied by 85-88 though. .369 dumps one note into the amplifier for red. 25 continuing to run cycles, picking up from its human player station on the red wing, moving over to the blue speaker and trying to shoot in. It is lined up. Can it shoot over 85-88, who is currently running defense? The blue speaker is amplified. This match is neck and neck. .369 dumping into the amplifier. 1629 lining up to shoot, preferably into an amplified speaker. The speaker is not amplified, however. 25 lining up to shoot. Can they? Yes, they shoot and score into the speaker for the Blue Alliance. 51 for red, 40 for blue as the red speaker is amplified. And 369 takes great advantage of that, shooting into the amplified speaker. Can 1629 do it as well? Yes, they can! Blue is amplified now. As we tick down to the last 20 seconds, get ready to start seeing some teams start climbing. Team 25 locked on and climbed. It is up. Will anybody join them? Some last minute scoring on both sides. Trying to score some into the speaker. One! And that's the match.
So I don't know if you guys noticed, but 8117 had a bit of a swap on their robot there on the last minute design. Yeah, so it seems that 8117 had some issues with their machine. Thankfully, Team 56 was able to lend them the robot.
Official scores for the last match coming in now, and the Red Alliance takes the win. Alliance 3 with 66 points, Alliance 4 with 58 points. And with that, Alliance 3 advances on into our next round, but Alliance 4 is officially eliminated from this event. Their day is done, but they did a great job and had a great day. Let's give a big hand for all three robots and teams on that alliance. 75-87, 25, and 81-17. And now for an analysis of that last match, let's pass it over to the sports desk.
Thank you. Wow, that was a match.
Yeah.
A little confused out there because I saw
robot was on there, but the team wasn't, and vice versa.
the number didn't match the, on the glass it said 81-17, but then on the robot it said 56.
Yeah, very big difference in numbers.
But the beauty of that's the beauty of First. So First is all about gracious professionalism, and 81-17 had some issues. The host team, one of the host teams, 56, Roby, said, hey, you know what, we got our robot here, we'll lend it to you, which is like unheard of. You never hear,
helping the enemy, or however they say it in other sports. Like, why would you want to help our opponents? Well, you got to make sure everyone plays to the best of their ability. It's not fun unless everyone can play.
It's not like the Buccaneers giving the Eagles a wide receiver here, so. But, because there's injured. But, I digress here. So, it was beauty to see, and we're going to run through the match here.
Yeah, there was so much to talk about here. Sorry, just trying to replay on my telecaster here. The autonomous mode started off pretty good, especially from Garrett Coalition up on the Red Alliance. They were able to take all three of their home notes and shoot it in. And not to say that the Blue Lines didn't do anything. Raider Robotics did a pretty good job of lining that shot in and making sure it could go in.
Yeah, and then the beauty with the Coalition 1629, their autonomous, just watching it, is very simple because it hits that first note, it turns, goes straight down the line, turns, lines up, and, just goes down that line and shoots the notes.
Yeah.
It's a simple path of programming.
Yeah, and that also allows your alliance partners to maybe go, okay, I don't need to worry about these notes, we can worry about these notes instead.
Yeah.
So at the end of this autonomous mode, we were then able to get into the game itself. And one thing that I found really cool with this game is that there's very big differences in robot design here.
Yeah.
So a lot of teams have over bumper intakes, and over bumper means that there's a mechanism that goes over their bumper to intake the notes.
Yep.
There are other teams who opted for under bumper, and that is when you have that intake that is positioned under and the bumpers are slightly elevated so that those notes were able to go in and, in my words, nom 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 nom.
Yeah, so they're allowed to pick it, which one protects for the under the bumper design, you keep everything inside you so it's protected. Over the bumper, you maybe have a little bit more room because it's a full width of your bumper.
Yeah.
But it depends how quickly you can get to that note as picking these game pieces up.
So we were able to see down here that this team was able to grab the note earlier because they had a bigger reach. But then we were able to see later on when Garrett Coalition was lining up for that second note, it was a thing of, I gotta put our intake down, and Garrett Coalition doesn't have to do that.
Yep.
So they were able to go right in and take the note and then go and score it.
Yeah, and I mean, looking back at it, it's the same alliance, both teams are going for the same note. It's like, that's where also you can butt heads where it's like, go for another note, right?
Yeah.
So that you optimize your scoring paths. And it's just part of the game that, these alliances will get better as they continue on because they're working together.
Yeah. There was so much here, and there was also some really good defense all the way up on the blue side here. All three robots were clustered in here, and that allowed for red to be like, oh, hi, how are you? I'm in your zone. I'm going to just start pushing on you guys and hopefully not incur penalties.
I do have to give it up to also 81-17.
Yes.
Again, you're given a completely different robot. Controls of driving the swerve are the same, but you have to learn the operator has to learn how to play, and that is insanely hard, especially with maybe 5 minutes, not even of instructions of hit this button or do that. So
no two programmers are the same, and the fact that they were able to adapt to a brand new robot and still be able to play on the fly was amazing.
And still be competitive. They held it close. So
yeah, they held it really close. I give nothing but props to them. It was a nail biter at the end there.
Yeah.
Especially with that defense there of trying to get in the way of their path because it looks like they were taking a path that goes like this.
Yep.
And they're there welcoming them of, hi, I'm going to make sure you can't score that note at least for 2 or 3 seconds, which can make the difference.
Yeah, and especially towards that end of the match, having red kind of by that subwoofer, gets a little, you know,
It's a little dicey.
a little dicey because you don't want that team to start occurring penalties by trying to go under the stage or missing that. So
Yeah, especially in the last 30 seconds, you are not allowed to get under your opponent's stage right here, which for some take their cycle times through and are able to score their shot. But after that, your cycle times get hindered because you don't want to affect other robots' play, and that's a major penalty.
yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
It's a good match. I mean, the intensity's ramping up a little bit, and you know these drivers are feeling it. But I think they're really, you know, dealing with the pressure and going well. So
Yeah, props to Alliance for making this one a nail biter. I had a lot of fun watching it.
yeah, I'm ready for the next match.
Yep, let's go.
All right.
Once again, congratulations to the Girl Scouts who earned their Robotics Merit Badge this weekend at RoboCon. Congratulations to all the Girl Scouts.
All right, Bridgewater Commons, how are we doing? I don't know. It sounds like everybody's still a little bit sleepy on that one. How's everybody doing up there? All right. So we're getting ready here to get our last matches underway. If you are interested in helping out or volunteering, please visit first firstinspires.org. We would love to have you join our FIRST family. So please, that website is firstinspires.org. All right. Let's get the show on the road. Starting off the Red Alliance. Team number 9015.
From Jersey City, New Jersey, it's Questionable Engineering.
And their partner, 303.
From Bridgewater, New Jersey, it's the Test Team.
And finishing up your Red Alliance, 1676.
From Montvale, New Jersey, it's the Pascack Pioneers.
And heading over to the Blue Alliance, we have Team 316.
From Carneys Point, New Jersey, it's the Lunatics.
And their partner, 8075.
From Dover, New Jersey, it's the Cyber Tigers.
And completing the Blue Alliance is going to be Team 1279.
From Somerville, New Jersey, it's Cold Fusion.
All right, waiting for the all clear here. We got a thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1. Crescendo!
And we're off here with yet another playoff match here at RoboCon, New Jersey in Bridgewater Commons Mall. And robots on both sides of the field executing their autonomous instructions with no human input, scoring lots of notes here in the upper bracket. And at the end of autonomous, it is neck and neck with 22 for red, 26 for blue. This is very much anyone's game at this point. Robots jockeying back and forth. Some excellent defense by 303, 1279, weaving their way through to pick up a note from their player station. 1676, using notes fed to it earlier, picking up and depositing into the amplifier to try to boost the points that they can get from scoring into the speaker. And they do! One quick speaker shot, two quick speaker shots, another one from 9015. Over on red, down on blue, 1279, lining up to shoot. It scores into the speaker. Meanwhile, 316 scores notes into the amplifier. 1676 scoring more for red into the amplifier. 8075 sitting in front of the red speaker trying to play some defense. More rumbling going on as 303 plays a bit of defense trying to keep 316 and 1279 from getting through and preventing them from running their cycles. 316 feeding a note to speed up what its teammates can deliver into the amplifier. Pioneers looking to pick up another note. All the action out here at the red side of the field as robots rumble and bump into each other, each one trying to get around, each one trying to find a note to score. 9015 tries to score, but 8075 denies them. 316 has a note down on blue. They're lining up their speaker. They shoot and score, and it is amplified. 1279 on blue, looking to do the same thing. It's lined up with the speaker. It shoots and scores for the Blue Alliance. Down on red, they're amplified. No robots there to score. Still neck and neck, 41 to 55. Now the Blue Alliance is in the lead. 1279 shooting and scoring into the speaker for the Blue Alliance. Last 20 seconds, time ticking down. Will we see anyone attempt to climb? 90-15 scores one last one into the speaker for the Red Alliance. 1676 and 1279 clash in the center of the field, and that's the match. Now that is what I call a Robot Rumble. All right, scores for that last match coming in now. And it is the Blue Alliance with the win. Final score, 57 for red, 67 for blue. Now keep in mind, this was our upper bracket winners bracket, which means that neither of these teams are done. Alliance 2 advances on to the finals. Yes, 1279, 316, and 8075 are our first teams to officially be in the finals. Alliance 1, 1676, 9015, and 303 will have another chance in the next lower bracket playoff match. But before we pass it off to our sports desk, let's welcome our Girl Scouts who have completed their robotics merit badges.
All right. Welcome back to the sports desk here. That match was intense.
Yeah, that was a nail biter.
I was sitting there jumping up and down, trying to, not inject too much there with it, but, it gets to the eliminations, it starts to go pretty crazy here, so.
Yeah, you want to know what's also pretty, you want to know what's pretty crazy?
Yeah.
The mall.
Yeah, the mall's great. Oh, yeah, with there's QR codes throughout the mall that you can scan, and when you fill out this, that's similar on the screen, and when you fill out that form, you're entered to win a $500 shopping spree.
Yeah, and that can go a long way. And maybe you're trying to save up for something, or maybe I want a brand new outfit. Whatever you want, fill out that QR code, and who knows, maybe you'll win it.
Exactly. So.
And also the fact that there's so much good food here.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh yes.
35 different shops around here, and there's also the village. So, not connected to the mall. There's the village where there's Kava, Chipotle. Big Chickens, Shaq's Big Chicken.
Oh yeah.
Maggiano's, which is another great spot. So
Yes.
thanks to the Bridgewater Commons Mall. Also, shout out to the Pottery Barn. They supplied the chairs we're sitting in.
Oh yeah, these
They've
are
been-
really comfy.
They've been comfy the
I
whole
think we have
weekend.
the comfiest chairs out of all the volunteers here.
Yeah.
So big shout out to them. Appreciate it so much. And there's again a lot of good eateries here. I have to shout out the candy store up there, Lolly and Pops. Those are really good. And there's also a bubble tea shop up there. I had it yesterday while I was on the air. Oh my god, it's so good.
I'm gonna go visit that Lolly and Pop and get some gummies because
Yeah.
they had the Legos, and I was like, oh, this works perfect for this.
We should put a Lego robot on the desk while we're talking.
Exactly.
Well, speaking of robots, that match was so cool. I
Oh.
think we got to take it bit by bit.
Yeah, let's take it bit by bit here.
Yep. So let's start off on the autonomous mode here.
Once again, talking with that first alliance with the excellent pick from Pascack picking 1915, questionable engineering. They were able to come back and they scored the note right there. They were scoring their note, which is, 5 more points. They didn't
Yeah.
do it last time, but this time they were. So that's the beauty of it. And then, continue going.
Yeah, just a little more onto that autonomous mode, all the diverse pieces you have there, and taking away a note so that blue can't score it as well.
And Lunatex, they're doing their 4-piece here where they're trying to shoot and, goes through the robot. Little snaky kind of action through theirs, which is cool.
Yeah. So by the time at the end of the autonomous mode, it's only a 5-point difference, which is what, just a singular note?
Yeah, amplified note.
Yeah,
but
amplified notes.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Never mind.
We
We were
lied.
wrong.
We lied. We are big liars.
Blue came out swinging there, and then, congestion, trying to pick up notes. It also comes down to the intensity and a lot of teams are having fun here, and if you want to get to that competitive edge, where making sure you're on your cues, because I know on the with 316, their human player was sitting there. They had the amplification, they were ready to do it, and Cold Fusion came over and kept scoring like 2 notes, but their human player was so locked in on their robot, they were missing the shots that they could have amplified from and also being aware that there were notes in their area as well. So
Yeah.
it's a lot, to take in and process within that 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
And that's why picking your drivers is so important, because you got to make sure that you're not only able to drive the robot, but able to identify what is in your area. Like, is there a note that we can just take and score? Is there an extra robot in our area that should not be in that area? Are we able to maneuver around them?
Yeah, and I mean, from my experience back in the day when I was a driver for FRC, it was like there were horse blinders on and you just saw the field and you just focused on your robot, and there's so many lights, sounds, and all this going on. You have to really dial in, where I come out of the match and I'm like, what did we do? I don't remember anything, because you were so focused on what you wanted that robot to do. Nothing else was
You
it.
could say you were maze crazed about all the stuff that was happening on the field.
Exactly.
Cool. Moving on through the match, though, we were able to see that those cycle times are so important.
Yep.
Making sure that you can score those points with not only the speaker, but with the amp too, because there's no way that you can just have those notes go into the speaker without having them amplified.
Yeah, and it's another tough break that, these robots are getting worn down, that I could see here with Pascack here as they're moving. Their intake is moving in and out, which I think results in them breaking their chain again, which is an unfortunate event. You don't want to see that happen. You want everybody to be on their, top performance. So instead of like, oh, a team broke, so that's how we were able to win. Nobody wants to win like that, but they want to be, they want to win against the best.
Yeah, and you got to make sure when you play against the best, you are at your best.
Yeah. So right here, the human player on 316 is focused on, and look, Cold Fusion was shooting, and he's still sitting there. They're still amplified. He's like, what's going on, right? Cold Fusion's coming back again. They have another note. And now 316, he's ready. Now he hits the amplification period, where it's like there were 2 chances they could have got more. But because they were able to capitalize on that amplification, that's what really won them this match.
Yeah.
Because they got 10 points out of it.
Mm-hmm. And it's making sure that you know when you can amplify it. If you ever feel like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't be amplifying right now, usually you have to listen to your gut there, because you don't know what's going to happen in the future. You could just anticipate it.
And the beauty of the progression through the competition season this year, I remember when we first started, teams were like, okay, as soon as that note goes in, hit the amplification button, but then it would bounce out, and it's like, oh, we've ruined the amplification time. But then teams would wait for it to go in, fully go down,
and then press
the button.
And it still counts.
Yeah, it still counts, so they can stretch out that amplification period a lot longer.
Oh, yeah.
And it's that dynamic that gets those teams that little bit edge further.
Yeah. So much good stuff happened here, especially with defense from Blue. Shout out to 8075 for having that good defense on the subwoofer there.
And they're that tall bot that can stop shots from being low down below. So the other big thing here is you see there's a broken note. These notes are not the strongest.
Yeah.
Problem is trying to not have your drivers pick up those broken notes, because sometimes they'll just get stuck in your robot, and it's something you have to like overcome, and it's tough. So it's like sometimes people, robots are picking up those broken notes, and it's like, uh-oh, we didn't see that it was broken, and it flops out. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, that's something you need to avoid.
The notes break so much that we were able to use them for Alliance Captain hats. If you if you caught Alliance selections, almost every single Alliance Captain had a hat. It was all homemade, so shout out to them. It was really, really cool. At least I personally thought it was the fashion statement of the year.
Big recycle rush there.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
All right.
I want to see, is anyone keeping track of how many puns we've been making?
No,
How much? Okay.
Oh, it's that first frenzy.
Oh, yeah.
We're here raising that bar, so.
Okay, any other old games you want to go through?
No, I
or-
think we're good. We're going to.
You're really reaching a deep space for all of those.
I think at this point we should go back to the field.
Yeah. We'll stop. We're not charged up anymore.
All right, back to the field.
All right, RoboCon, I hate to cut off Sweet Caroline, but let's take a look up at the screen. This is match 12 of the lower bracket. Winner goes to the semifinals. The loser, unfortunately, ends their weekend here. Let us begin by introducing down on red, 85-88.
From Denville, New Jersey, it's Tech Devils.
Joining the Tech Devils, 1629.
From Accident, Maryland, it's Gakko.
Rounding out Alliance number 3, let's hear it for 369.
From Brooklyn, New York, it's High Voltage Robotics.
Down on blue, we have 555.
From Montclair, New Jersey, it's Montclair Robotics.
The Alliance Clapton for Alliance 5, 3142.
From Newton, New Jersey, it's Aperture.
Rounding out this alliance, let's hear it for 714.
From Newark, New Jersey, it's Panthera.
We are very grateful for your patience while we make sure all the robots are functioning for this match. If you are here to root for Alliance 3 in red, let's hear it! That wasn't great. That was not great. If you are rooting for the Blue Alliance, let me hear you! One more time for the Red Alliance! Okay, maybe there's a favorite here. I think the field might be ready. Not quite yet. We need one more minute. All right, as a reminder, this is a lower bracket playoff match. Winner moves to the semifinals. Loser is done for the weekend. Are we ready? Still working on some issues. These robots are very complicated, so many moving parts. We'll get it figured out and we'll get some robot action as soon as we can. All right, we want to thank all the volunteers who are making sure this field is running properly. It looks like we are all sorted out. This is a win or go home match. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off here in round 4 with match number 12 of our playoff bracket. Robots on both sides operating on their autonomous commands, operating without any human input whatsoever, as robots on both sides score for their alliance. Coming out of autonomous period, Alliance Blue. Alliance 5 is in the lead with 32-19. 365 dumping a note into their amplifier as 1629 on red scores into their speaker. Over on blue, 555 trying to score into their speaker as their alliance partner 714 starts feeding them notes, speeding up the time that it takes them to score. .555 tries to score again into the amplifier. Lots of action as robots play defense down here in the red wing. 85-88, trying to prevent 714 from getting away with the note and scoring. .555 bumps the amplifier, unsticks a note, successfully gets one into the amplifier as their teammate 3142 scores into the speaker. 742 shoots to get one in the amplified speaker, but it bounces off. 1629 successfully scoring for red into the red speaker. It is neck and neck here, folks. 3142 shooting into the speaker down on blue. More defense going on. 85-88 and 714 continue their struggle. 714 looks like they're going to try to shoot into the speaker on blue. And they do. 555 looking to try to get back to the human player station. Get another note. 3142 trying to do the same. Down in the blue wing. 369 looking to play a little defense against 714. As we tick down into the last 20 seconds of this lower bracket elimination match. 3142 making a last-minute score into the amplifier as 714 lifts itself off the ground and onto its stage. And it ends with 43 for red, 52 for blue, but we'll see what the referees have to say about that score. That score is not final. We'll have the official scores for you in a moment. Scores coming into that last match, and the Blue Alliance takes the win! Final score 46 for Alliance 3 in red, 56 for Alliance 5 in blue. That means that Alliance 5, 31-42, 5-5-5, and 7-14 are advancing into the next lower bracket match. Unfortunately, that means Alliance 3, 16-29, 3-69, and 85-88 has been eliminated. Let's give them all a big hand. They had a great time this weekend and played wonderfully in front of you all. So give them a big round of applause. Now, for some analysis of that last match, let's send it over to the sports desk.
What an upset.
Yeah, that was an upset.
So many things happened that match that really changed the course of play that we should really talk about.
Yeah, some bad breaks for certain, the Red Alliance where, you have a note stuck in you. I think that was 369.
Yeah. Let's break it down.
All right.
That's the last time I'm ever going to say that.
So, starting off, I think the big help here for the Blue Alliance was the amazing Autonomous.
Yes, that Autonomous really helped them get that lead and get that edge that early in the match.
6 notes in Autonomous is that's good.
Yeah, 32 points here.
And it wasn't just one team.
Yes.
7-14 definitely had us, helping in that.
Yes, that is a collaborative effort here. So we were able to see that, Blue was having a hard time sometimes grabbing those notes, and sometimes Red would creep back up, like you can see here, 29-32. That's pretty close.
Yep.
But then afterwards, 369 unfortunately got a note stuck in an area where they're not able to get it out normally unless they hit it against something else with such a force that it flies out.
Oh yeah, and once you have that, you kind of need to go to defense.
Yeah.
They played defense well. They played it in that one area where, along the stage. And then I think they also switched too. But
yeah, you can see it right here. It looks like it's in their intake, but if you see further, it's actually just stuck under an area where they're just not able to get it. And that's part of robot design too. Sometimes you need to make sure that a note can't get stuck in certain places, or a game piece as a whole can't get stuck in a place where you're not going to be able to get it out unless you have human interference, or you're going to need to hit something really hard.
Yeah, and as you were playing that clip, you can kind of see they have the intake down. They're spinning, but they're not spinning on a dime. Like spinning on the center of their chassis to create enough force for that note to fly out. They did that little spin. It's not enough. You almost, when that's happened to me in my drive team, I'm like, spin it as quickly as you can to dislodge it.
Yeah, that happened to me when I was a student. We got a power cube stuck in an area where it wasn't supposed to because we had it drop on ourselves.
Yeah.
And at that point, what can you do?
Exactly.
And they immediately switched up their game plan, which was a really good idea to immediately go, okay, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to hand off the offensive permissions to Garrett Coalition, who are really good, who are one of the best speaker bots here. And we're going to go over to the opposing subwoofer, and we are going to try and play defense and control that area of the field.
Yeah, so now we have the Blue Alliance amplified. They're shooting. 5-5-5 has been good. A little sticky with trying to score in the amp, but I mean, all their other shots were solid.
Yeah. There was so much going on here, and they were really able to use the amplification to their benefit to make sure that they were able to keep that 10-point lead.
Yes, and I mean, Alliance 5, you really don't see that sometimes, but because of 24 teams and, you have that bell curve of good teams, and through all that, that 5th Alliance is very strong, where they have 3 robots that are really, firing on all cylinders, which, some alliances don't have.
Yeah. Usually in the middle of the pack alliances are really good for being all round because you're able to pick those picks later and earlier at the same time than the rest of your alliances. So you're able to make those decisions on the fly and still have enough time to adapt from there.
And I think with the alliance selection, I was sitting there, I'm going, why is 7-14 not getting picked yet? And all of a sudden, I think they were a steal for the 5th Alliance here because they contributed a lot to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can really see it here. With all that moshing here, they were able to push away and make sure that they were able to control everything.
Yeah, so good for that alliance, and it was great. It was a great match, and they're moving on to match 13, which is going to be that 3rd place match to determine who goes to the finals. It'll be interesting to see if Pascac is fixed and can fire on all cylinders. Will they have enough firepower to go against 555, 31-42 Aperture, and Pantera 714?
I mean, there's only one way to find out, right?
And
we just watch the match.
We'll watch the next match. Take it to the field for match 13.
See ya.
Just a few more minutes, y'all. The last robot is making its way to the field. Once they're here, we will get the robots booted up and this next match underway. All right, RoboCon New Jersey, we appreciate your patience. We now have 6 robots on the field. Let's introduce this match. If you take a look up at the screen, we are currently in the semifinals. This is a single match. Winner goes to the finals to play for it all. The loser ends their weekend here. In red, we have the #1 ranked alliance. In blue, we have the #5 ranked alliance. 5 has had some upsets to be here right now. 1 is looking to make it to the finals. Let's introduce these teams, starting with 9015.
From Jersey City, New Jersey, it's Questionable Engineering.
In the middle, 303.
From Bridgewater, New Jersey, it's the Test Team.
And our #1 ranked robot this weekend, 1676.
From Montvale, New Jersey, it's the Pascack Pioneers.
Rocking the note hat. Let's hear it for 3142.
From Newton, New Jersey, Aperture.
Always sporting those shiny hats, we have 555.
From Montclair, New Jersey, it's Montclair Robotics.
Rounding out alliance #5, 714.
From Newark, New Jersey, it's Panthera.
All right. Bridgewater Commons, this is a win or go home match. Everything is on the line. Robots are ready. Field is ready. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
Bridgewater Commons, we are here at RoboCon, the lower bracket round 5 match number 13. We have had 8 alliances here so far compete, and we are down to 3. One of them has secured their spot in the finals. The other 2 are right here. Winner of this match goes on to greet our other alliance in the finals. We're going to say sayonara to the losing team. That'll do it. Teleoperated period. As we leave autonomous, Blue Alliance will take the lead 37-15. A lot of congestion on the Red Alliance side of the field. 303 causing a large blockade for 3142. 555 Montclair Robotics trying to get past the Test Team. Montclair going to ferry over some notes, going over to Aperture on the Blue Alliance side of the field. They're at the near side, offloading some notes into that amp. 714 Panthera securing another game piece, creating up with Montclair Robotics. Let's check up on the Red Alliance, 1676. The Pascack Pioneers procure a note into their mechanism, offloaded into the amp, while 9015 goes on the offensive and fires notes up into that amp. Speaker activated for amplification. That will give the Alliance #1 in red a little bit of a boost. 30 seconds remaining. Red Alliance takes the lead now, 49-42. 303 Test Team not letting the Blue Alliance have any wiggle room at all. 714 Panthera having to find the scenic route. 555 swerves around the Test Team to deliver notes over to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance activates an amplification of their own, trying to re-catch up on the lead that Alliance #1 has. 51-43 is your score, still favoring the Red Alliance. Red Alliance increasing that advantage to 66 now to 43. Last couple seconds left. The sun is setting here on match number 13, and it's a close game. 1676 shifting gears over. They will suspend themselves up, trying to join up with 9015. Time is going to expire here in match number 13. back and forth, tooth and nail. But it all comes down to our official scores. So you'll see up on the board, Alliance 1 has 68, Alliance 5 has 48. However, in first, we have some endgame bonuses that we have to account in. So the score you see up there is not official. We will get you the official score shortly. We have a thumbs up from your head referee, which means the scores are in. Going on to the finals is the Red Alliance. The score of 82-50. Alliance number 1 is going to take the win and move on to the finals to meet Alliance. That's going to do it for match number 13. Alliance 1 going to move on, but let's give a warm round of applause to Alliance number 5, who fought valiantly here in match number 13. Let's give it up for 31-42, 5-5-5, and 7-14. We're going to send it now over to our analyst desk, where Paige and Mike have some commentary. Take it away.
I think that was one of the best matches we've had.
My heart's still beating out of my chest because of that match. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Back and forth through the whole match, and just goes to say that you just can't win in one area of the match. You have to win the whole match.
Yep, just because you control that autonomous doesn't mean you also control the tele-operated period.
And you just kind of love it because we were sitting there a little bit waiting to see if Pascack was going to come and whether their robot was going to be on the field or not. And they show up, they were functioning, they ran through the whole match. They were able to really add to the team and come back from that deficit. So let's look at the match, right?
Oh yeah, let's look at that match. So this was a really, really, really prominent one with the autonomous mode because Blue came out swinging.
Yes. All 3 hit, and then you have 5-5-5. That autonomous has been really well for them. They had those 3 teams, those 3 teams are all firing. Red just didn't get it going, which is tough, but, it's tough to see, 14-35.
Yeah, wow. I saw that and I was like, wow, how are you going to have to make that up? And you make it up in a really, really good strategy.
Yep. It's the, and under this pressure, it's where you figure out, are the drive teams, are they going to crack or not? Because when you're at school, you're like, oh, it's not bad. But when you finally have the 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you have a whole audience looking at you. It's a different kind of stress that you can't simulate.
Especially at this competition because we're in the middle of a mall with so many awesome people coming to see what robotics really is.
Yeah. The one MVP right off the bat, I have to say, would be 303.
Oh, yeah.
They had that, I'm going to call it the Robo Lancers defense that they did at Worlds. Shout out to the Robo Lancers. They stood on that line in between the stage and the sidewall, and they just clogged that up.
In New England, you call that Gondoliers defense.
Oh, well, now it's the Robo Lancers. We're here.
They are the world champions. I will give that one to them.
So they clogged it up, kept Blue on that side, so there wasn't much going on, where then Red could just start cycling. They made up a lot of difference, and it's that amplification, which really makes a difference. A couple of the human players on the Blue got a little excited, saw the note go in, hit the amp, and then boom, the note popped right back out. And it's like, oh, it's tough to see, and it's one of those strategies that it's tough because if they had that amplification, they had 3 notes there, they would have been firing.
Yeah, and they would have been pretty much on par with Alliance 1 because you see their score is starting to crawl up very, very fast. So that would have been able to keep them at the same level and being able to,
keep it going. Where Pascack in 1915 questionable engineering was able to capitalize on their amplification periods. The
You're
other
able
thing,
to see that so frequently here,
one-
especially with the Red Alliance.
yeah, the one issue was 555 was dead on the field a little bit. I don't know if it was radio issue or having to reset that Rio. That takes a little bit of time, and to get back out there, and that's precious time that they lost for the Red just to take this match away.
Yeah, pretty much. And you have to remember that when you're working with robotics, it's not like a normal sport where you're like, oh, okay, well, we can just replace one of our guys on the field with another guy, and you just do a swap. This is completely different. Once your robot is on the field, you can't do anything. So if it has that little reset moment where it's like, okay, I got to recalibrate, that's precious seconds wasting away.
And the one thing with the Blue Alliance, Alliance 5 that they saw while I was down on the field, 555 and 3142 switched positions.
Yes.
So that 3142 is in that position where they're going to score in the amp. They're kind of being fed, and they can score in the amp, get the amplification bonus there, which was a nice, change to see.
Yeah. And you can definitely see 303 here in their prime, making sure that the cycle times are being disrupted to its absolute maximum.
Yep, and seeing that. So
Yep.
it was a great match, and I'm excited to see the finals.
Props to Alliance 5. That was such a run, and it was one of the coolest things I've been able to see. And it's just awesome about this program. You're never going to face the same team twice. Well, hopefully you're not going to face the same team twice when you're making your way through eliminations.
Yeah, so.
Wow. It's just, I don't know, I'm really excited. And we're going into finals.
Yeah, I'm excited for the finals.
What, if this was a really cool match to see, what is finals going to bring?
I think it's going to be a replay of, I forget which match, I think 7, or it's going to be 1 versus 2. They played already, and 2 won, so we're going to see if 1 can switch it up, if they can win. If not, we'll see who takes it.
Well, and also remember, this is not going to be a best of 1. It's going to be a best of 3.
Yep.
So it gives another opportunity for these alliances to readjust and make sure that their strategy is good going into it.
That's right.
We got so much to cover, and we're excited to do it.
All right. Back to the field.
Woo.
All right, RoboCon down on the field. We have some Girl Scouts to celebrate. They spent their time at RoboCon earning their Robotics Merit Badge. Let's put our hands together for all the Girl Scouts who earned their Robotics Merit Badges this weekend. All right, we have about 10 to 15 minutes before we begin the finals. The robots are repairing themselves, getting ready for our best 2 out of 3 finals matches coming up shortly. All right, while we get the field issues sorted out, let's do some dancing. All right, those were some great dance moves. We are going to be moving on to the finals matches. This best 2 out of 3 will decide the winner of our whole weekend tournament. Before we begin, something that we like to do in First Robotics is celebrate cooperation. It's these two teams, yes, they're competing against each other, but in the end, their overall goal is inspiration, and they are here to work together. To inspire that cooperation, we are going to have the two teams come out onto the field and shake hands in the middle to show that they are here to work together. I'm going to call each team onto the field. If you could line up in the middle and do our ceremonious shaking of the hands. Let's begin. Down on red, we have 1279.
Representing Immaculata High School out of Somerville, New Jersey, Cold Fusion.
Joining 1279, we have 8075.
Representing Dover High School out of Dover, New Jersey, Cyber Tigers.
Last but not least on red, 316.
It's a family and community team from Carneys Point, New Jersey, Lunatics.
And on the Blue Alliance, let's start with 1676.
Representing the Pascack Valley Regional High School District out of Montvale, New Jersey, the Pascack Pioneers.
And their alliance partner, 9015.
The family and community out of Jersey City, New Jersey, Questionable Engineering.
The last and final team in this finals match, 303.
Representing Bridgewater Raritan High School out of Bridgewater, New Jersey, the Test Team.
If our two alliances could please now meet in the middle, shake hands, and let's get some robots moving. All right, RoboCon New Jersey, let's get thunderstruck by these robots. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
RoboCon New Jersey, we have gone from 8 alliances to just 2. We are here in the finals, a best 2 out of 3 between Alliance 1 in blue, Alliance 2 in red. Here's the moment. It's all for the marbles. It's all for the money. It's all for the honey. Drivers step forward and take control of their robots. We have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to find out who is going to take the advantage in our best of 3 competition. Team 9015 are representing the Blue Alliance. They procure some game pieces from the Blue-Red Alliance side of the field, ferry them over to the blue side in order to try and score. Coming up at our 2-minute mark, Alliance 2 will take the lead, 32-19. Blue Alliance activates an amplification, which will double their points for 10 seconds, trying to retake the lead that they have over Alliance 2. (1676) Pascack Pioneers finds an available note. Blue-Red Alliance looking to maintain their advantage that they have against Alliance 1. Alliance 1 and Blue really looking to catch up here. Team 303, the test team, trying to play some defense, but 1279, Cold Fusion, swerves around the bumpers in blue, takes the scenic route, heads back over to home territory. 9015 continuing to ferry notes over to Pascack in hopes to fire up some notes into the overhead compartment. Amplification activated for Alliance number 2. Alliance number 1 in blue. 50 seconds remain on the clock. A 3-point differential separates these 2 alliances. 45-42 in favor of the Red Alliance. 316, the Lunatics swerving back into home territory, offloading a note into their amplifier. They are ready to activate an amplification cycle, all at the press of a button. Alliance 2 in the lead right now. Still 3 points separates these alliances. Alliance number 2 in red, maintaining their advantage. Lunatics firing a note up, activating an amplification, doubling the money here. 10 seconds left between these 2. Finals 1 is going to come to a close awfully soon. Robots activating their climbing systems. You'll see these chains. Any robots that climb themselves get some end game bonus points. Bridgewater Commons, that is going to conclude Finals 1 here at RoboCon. Like I mentioned before, there are some endgame bonuses that could apply, so the numbers might change from what you see on the screen. Stay tuned, we'll get you your official results momentarily. And with that, we have your official results. Taking the advantage in this best of 3 is going to be the Red Alliance. with a score of 81-45. Alliance number 2 in red is going to take the first win in this best of 3 competition. Teams are going to unload their robots back onto their carts, do a little bit of tweaking. We're going to get the field a break, but we have some wonderful commentary by our desk. Take it away, Paige. Take it away, Mike.
Thank you, Eric. Wow. As final starts, it's something about that playlist, that music, that just adds to the intensity. These teams really, kind of come down where it was all fun and games, and I think this one is not fun and games. It's playing for keeps.
You could say it was a logo commotion.
It was.
All right, let's take a look into that finals because, wow, we're in finals, guys.
Yeah, we got maybe 1 or 2 matches.
Yeah, and anything can happen in these matches because you can see so much has happened. That autonomous mode was really good on the Red Alliance because you were able to see how they were really able to control these notes and go for the center at the same time. You could see that I think there was a little stop here to make sure that they weren't going to be able to collide with the Blue Alliance there.
Yep, and Lunatics got in there. Pascack had a little bit of trouble, but once again, it's double their points in autonomous. It's hard to make up, but I think Blue stuck it out.
Yeah, pretty much. Then getting into the teleoperated period, Pascack did a really good job controlling those nodes and making sure that they had possession of all their nodes the entire time, and even stealing them sometimes.
Yep. I know I went over between matches and I talked to both alliances and was like, guys, amplification is where where it's won and lost.
Yeah, your theme today has been amplification, amplification, amplification. Get those 4 notes in.
It helped us with my team, 1403. We won Montgomery because of that strategy, and it's something to remind the teams here with shooting.
Yeah.
One interesting fact is 303 was playing that 3-2-1 Robo Lancers defense, but 8075 decided to switch it up a little bit and played during the subwoofer. And what really helped them was the height of their robot stopped questionable engineering.
Yes. The height of the robot, a lot of teams were really building those robots small this year so you could fit under the stage and whatever could happen. And plus with all of that kinetic energy happening, the less that breaks, the better, and you don't want it all tall up. But a lot of teams took the opposite route when, you know what, no, we're going to build to the maximum that we can, or at least get as close as we can to it. And as a result, when you're looking on the field and you're driving at the same time, it's really hard to go, oh, okay, especially if you have that field-centric driving, you're like, okay, I really can't see over there. I'm going to have to get out of the way so I can see what's going on the other side, or better yet, try and shoot, because no shooters, I think at this event, would be able to go over that within a reasonable rate.
Yeah, they don't need to show it there for that.
Yeah,
they haven't
I don't
seen
think
it.
you want to try, especially if you're on the other side, because you do not want to incur those penalties.
Yeah, you haven't seen it in, all of season really too, so.
Yeah, and I don't think now's the place to try and start in finals.
The other thing here was Pascack was really good at going to the other side of the field where no one was in the amp area on red and taking their notes.
Yeah.
So if they're trying to save them for that amplification period, it's not happening on Pascack's watch.
Yep, unfortunately, Alliance 2 did really well with their amplifications and making sure that they were able to keep on top of what was going on, even with Pascack's wonderful no control.
And it's tough to see, was it Cold Fusion 1279? Something must have been going on with them because they weren't able to shoot as well as they have. They're helping in where, 316 came in and just stole the show and was able to quickly pick up notes and score them.
Yeah, I think the true winner of this match was Lunatics.
Yeah, just like Pascack was the MVP on their side. It plays into that, but hopefully all the teams can get back running and we can have even better finals too.
Yeah, or we could have another match. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who's going to win, Alliance 1 or Alliance 2?
They get to fight, go
They're
against each other.
They'll fight it out on the field.
Exactly.
In a GP way.
Yeah. And with that, we'll send it back to the field.
Yep.
All right, RoboCon New Jersey, are you ready for finals match 2? This is the deciding match. Red Alliance 2 has won our first match. If they win again, we're done. Red is our victor. Blue is trying to stop that. They are fighting for match 3. If you're rooting for Red, let me hear you. If you're rooting for Blue, let me hear you. Let's get on to the introductions, beginning with 1279.
From Somerville, New Jersey, it's Cold Fusion.
In the orange, we have 8075.
From Dover, New Jersey, it's the Cyber Tigers.
Rounding out Alliance number 2, let me hear for 316.
From Kearnysport, New Jersey, it's the Lunatics.
Alliance 1 lost the first one. They're hoping to make a comeback. Let's hear it for 1676.
From Montvale, New Jersey, it's the Pascack Pioneers.
The hometown from right here in Bridgewater, 303.
From Bridgewater, New Jersey, it's the Test Team.
Completing Alliance number 1, we have 9015.
From Jersey City, New Jersey, it's Questionable Engineering.
All right, RoboCon, the robots are ready. The field is ready. If Red wins, they are our winner. Blue is fighting to stay alive. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
We're off here with what could very well be the very last match here at the Robo Rumble at RoboCon New Jersey 2024 at Bridgewater Commons Mall. And we're kicking off, as always, with our 50-second autonomous period. Robots on both sides scoring without any human intervention. Red is currently in the lead, but anything can and does happen here in first robotics competition. Here now, we've over on blue, 1676, dumping notes into its amplifier, trying to increase the number of notes and points that it can score by shooting into its speaker. Over on red, 8075 is trying to do the same. Blue is amplified, and 9015 adds to its amplified speaker count. It is now neck and neck with just 2 points between these two alliances. 316 cruising over, trying to score 1 into its amplifier, and it does. 9015 feeding notes to 1676, speeding up, increasing the rate at which it can score. 8075 playing defense, trying to keep 9015 from scoring. 1279 lined up to score into the speaker for red, and it does, and it's amplified. Neck and neck, blue takes the lead with just 6 points separating. 8075 playing defense, 1676 deposits 1 into the amplifier. 1676 sends in another amplifier. Blue speaker is amplified. Can any blue robots take advantage of this scoring opportunity? As blue pulls ahead, red has sent another one into the speaker from 316. .303 for blue, playing some defense, trying to keep the red robots from getting away with notes from their human player station. Bullying 316. 1279 trying to get around them. 8075 chasing 1676. 9015 sends 1 into the speaker, taking advantage of 8075 moving away to chase 1676. 1279 also playing a bit of defense. 316 cruising, trying to score again. Oh, and it just bounces off. 1676 has climbed, and that's the match. As it stands now, Alliance 1 may have just pulled in the tie. But we will see when the refs announce the final scores. Please stay tuned. All right, the results for that match are in. Let's see, do we have a winner or will there be one more tiebreaker match? Let's find out. And the result coming in, and the Blue Alliance takes the win. Final score for that match. Alliance 2 in red with 54, Alliance 1 in blue with 65. That means that it is one win each, and this is best 2 out of 3. We will be moving on to final number 3, a tiebreaker, and that will be the last match of this competition. Now, for an analysis of that match, let's send it over to our sports desk.
Wow. What a match that was.
Oh, I'm still trying to calm down from the intensity there.
The energy of this arena is just rumbling right now. I could hear all of the cheers and every single, let's go, we got to get this in, hit the note, throw the note, do this, do that. I've barely felt energy like this before other than, the World Championships.
Yeah. Alliance 1 was backs against the wall, and what did they do? They came out swinging.
So, Cinderella story maybe?
Cinderella story, we'll see. I mean, it's evenly matched where both sides had issues, but at the same time, I mean, let's take a look at the match footage and see what happened.
Yep. We had a really strong autonomous mode, especially coming from red.
Yep.
Just that positioning. It's
Yeah.
especially what you need during and after autonomous ends.
I mean, red clearly has the advantage here. Alliance 2 has that advantage coming out of autonomous. They're way up. But you got to give it to blue. They're the ones coming back here into this match and being able to, outscore them during teleop.
Yeah, they saw this happen and they went, we got to fix this and we got to make sure we have a strategy. And they had a strategy.
Yes. The one weird thing that they, one thing that we that I saw was 80-75 was trying to score into the amp, which was different from playing defense, which I think allowed Blue to get back into this.
Yeah, that amp is always so important when it comes to doing stuff. In addition, you just keep seeing there's these cycles coming in so strong from Blue. As soon as you make it over that white line, boom, there's the shot. Go back, come back, boom, there's the shot.
Yep.
Keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and eventually that starts to add up. Right around this time, it was about even.
I mean, Pascac's in their corner just taking shots and moving on.
Yeah.
And they're stealing notes where it was back and forth, which was pretty big, and go from there.
Yeah, a lot of what came down to was that 9015 had that opening. There was no one here.
Yeah.
And finally they got someone here, but oh no, they're gonna go and shoot the note. So having that area open just left them vulnerable to just having those notes being passed around. And by the time they noticed that, it was too late and the score was already up.
Same thing here. Red's got the amplification. They already wasted half the amplification time. They shot it actually into the second floor of the mall, which was
shout out to the gearheads up on the second
Yeah.
floor for catching that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's
Perfect.
so much.
So yeah, it was just impressive, and just the back and forth, and Blue really capitalizing on the scoring with the amplification and everything. So it's going to be exciting in finals 3.
Yeah. I think we'll be going into the audience this time around.
Yeah, this is where we're going to be wrapping up. So I just want to give a big thanks to the Bridgewater Commons Mall for having us with RoboCon. Also another shout out to Janksters out in California for the shirt, as well as Aiden and Andrew Lawrence. Thank you guys. Shout out for you to give me some props on my first time doing this.
Yeah,
I had a
same here.
blast.
This was my first time doing this too, and the warm welcome from this community was astounding, and thank you so much for having me from my little corner in New England. So let me ask you a question. Who's going to zone Zeal the deal?
I don't know, but also shout out to the 6 teams. We got team 41, 56, 75, 103, 1257, or 102, my apologies, Gearheads. Canucks and Bolts, who are 91, 16.
Cheat sheet.
Yeah, a little bit there. Everybody that put RoboCon, all the volunteers, thank you so much for all that.
This event can't happen without them.
Yes. Also, a big shout out to the co-chairs, Greg and Tyler. They were the ones that put hours into this, and I mean, it's my first RoboCon, and I'm impressed with the production value and everything that they put into this. So.
Yep, RoboCon, you will
thank
be
you.
seeing much more of us in the future years.
And thank you to all the volunteers once again. And with that, we're going to go back to match 3, tiebreaker, and everybody have a good night.
We will see you later.
RoboCon, New Jersey! Finals match 3, it all comes down to this. If you're here to see the Red Alliance win, let me hear you. If you want to see Blue make a comeback, let me hear you. This is the match 3 and our finals tiebreaker. The winner of this is our overall champions of RoboCon New Jersey. Let's hear it for our first team down on red, 1279.
From Somerville, New Jersey, it's Cold Fusion.
Joining Cold Fusion, we have 8075.
From Dover, New Jersey, it's the Cyber Tigers.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, let's hear it for 316.
From Carneys Point, New Jersey, it's the Lunatics.
Down to Alliance 2, hoping to complete the comeback, 1676.
From Montvale, New Jersey, it's the Pascack Pioneers.
In the middle for Blue, let's hear it for 303.
From Bridgewater, New Jersey, it's the Test Team.
And for the last time, closing out Alliance 1, we have 9015.
From Jersey City, New Jersey, it's Questionable Engineering.
The robots are ready. Almost ready. RoboCon New Jersey, the robots are ready. The field is ready for the last time. Count it down with me. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, crescendo!
And we're off here in the very last match of RoboCon NJ 2024 here at Bridgewater Commons Mall. All 6 robots on this field, moving around and utilizing this 15-second autonomous period to score for their alliance. And after the end, it is neck and neck, 26-22. Just 4 points separating these two alliances as human beings step forward to take control of the robots for the teleoperated period. 80-75 for red, playing defense, trying to bully blue, while 16-76, the Pascack Pioneers picks up notes and tries to score them in the amplifier. Over on red, 316 charging up the amplifier while their alliance partner, 1279, shoots into the speaker. The blue side is amplified. Can they take advantage of it? Yes, they can, as 9015 sends one into the speaker just in time. $16.76, charging up the blue speaker yet again. 316 cruising across the field, dealing with 303 and 9015. 1279 playing some defense, trying to slow down 9015. 1676 trying to pick up notes. 316 zooming across the field, getting ready to score another note for the Red Alliance. 1279, 316 lined up. 316 shoots and then the amplifier activates. Chart amplifying their speaker. 90-15, continuing to feed notes for the Blue Alliance. 1676 looking to find another one as we tick down. Another score for the Red Alliance. 90-15 gets one into the blue speaker. 303 continuing to play defense. 80-75 continuing to play defense for red. 90-15 shoots one into the speaker for an amplified point. 316 scores one in the amplifier for red. Red amplifier is charged up and ready to go as we get to the last 20 seconds of this competition. 15 seconds to go. Will we see anyone try to climb? Will we just see some last minute scores? 1279 says one in the speaker for a last minute as 1676 climbs. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the match. Keep in mind, the score you see is not final. The referees will go over the results and confer to make sure that the result reflected is the most accurate. We'll have the results for you shortly. Enjoyed watching that final. Make some noise! Have the official results. Let's find out who the winner of RoboCon 2024 is. Let's see the scores. The Blue Alliance takes the win! Final score, Alliance 2 in red with 55 points, Alliance 1 in blue with 65 points, and the win of this competition!
What an incredible final match. What a way to close out RoboCon New Jersey. I wanted to start by handing out some hardware. Let's congratulate the finalist alliance, Alliance number 2, starting with 1279. Can 1279 come on the field to receive your trophy? Come on out, 1279. Congrats, y'all. Take this. We're going to be looking at that camera doing it. Congrats, y'all. $12.79's alliance partner, also a finalist, Team 316. Come on out on the field, 316. Congrats, y'all. Hard fought. Thank you. No, it's your game. Great job, y'all. They're right there. And our third finalist alliance, let's hear it for 8075. Come on out, 8075. And our winning alliance, starting with the captain, 1676. Come on out, Paskak. The winning alliance, first pick, let's hear it for 9015. Come on out, 9015. And the second pick of the winning alliance, the hometown team, 303. Come on out, 303. All right, apologies. Congratulations to our winning and finalist alliance. Congratulations to all the teams who competed this weekend. We wanted to extend a heartfelt thank you to our volunteers, to our sponsors, to Bridgewater Commons for hosting us at this event. We hope you come back next year. We hope you had a lovely time. We hope you were inspired and are excited about STEM education. Thank you so much. This was RoboCon New Jersey.